Yodi, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Music Mondays podcast. I'm your host, Zom Slays. Welcome, happy Monday. How are we all doing, my friends? Hope we're chilling, hope we're well. We have a good show for you guys. Today is episode 115, which is a cool milestone. 115 is pretty fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie. But per usual, we have a really good show lined up. We have a bunch of stuff to go over. And we're gonna talk, man. We're gonna talk about everything that's been going down. We're gonna talk about what's upcoming for Music Mondays. A whole lot of really good stuff, to be honest with you. So, let's get right into it. So, pull up some notes here. I'll pull up our Patreon list because we'll be talking a bit about Patreon today as well, per usual. Shout out our Patreon squad over there. But yeah, let's get into it. So, like I said, I'm your host, Sam Slays. This is episode 115 of the Music Mondays podcast. Welcome. Today is April 3rd, our first episode of April. We are officially in the second quarter of the year. So let's fucking get it. It's about to be spring, or it's already spring. I don't know when it officially starts, but it's starting to get warmer over here on the East Coast, which is pretty cool. But it's that kind of like nice middle ground where it's not like super hot yet or anything, but like it'll still get like pretty chilly. So I don't know, like early spring's always really good. But yeah, our first episode in April. So like I said, and with that said, let's talk about what we have going down in the last week. If you missed anything, if you're curious on how Music Mondays has been going, we're gonna update you. So, we kicked off last week with a brand new edition of Staff Design Showcase, volume 8, I believe, with Michael Jones. And of course, if you don't know what Staff Design Showcase is, we promote all of our designers on all of our social media. So essentially, it's just a way to show off what they've been working on, some recent Music Mondays designs and things like that, and of course, details on their commissions and a whole lot of really cool stuff. So Staff Design Showcase is available right now. That is with our staff designer Michael Jones. So make sure you go show Michael some love, my friends. Brand new YouTube upload is live right now, actually. Last week we spoke a bit on how to make the extra push, along with really breaking down the details more specifically on how to be a full-time creator and also work a job, have a personal life, things like that. Because we've gone over that a couple times here on the show, but I always like to touch back on those subjects because, it's important, and I always feel like it's an ongoing conversation. So we uploaded a really cool segment that's available right now on the Music Mondays YouTube channel. So make sure you go check that out and show that some love if you haven't seen it. Definitely a really good segment. And I think we're like still 6 subscribers away or so from 140 on the Music Mondays main channel. So make sure you go show some love to the Music Mondays channel and subscribe if you haven't already. And if you already have, we appreciate you per usual. Thank you. You guys know the drill. We upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments like we were just discussing. A whole lot of really good stuff like that. So definitely go sub to the channel. In case you missed it, Monthly is finally live on all of our socials, and I am really happy about that. So of course, if you're unfamiliar, In Case You Missed It Monthly is our monthly written segment where we pair a bunch of short written reviews with a couple graphics, and we kind of go over what you may or may not have missed throughout each month. So the February edition is live, and we'll be dropping the March edition early April this month. So definitely be on the lookout for that. And again, that's like a really good written segment for multiple reasons, but mostly because media moves so fast. Everybody's dropping music all the time. Sometimes drops don't get the proper love that they deserve, and on top of it, they kind of just go under the radar. So in case you missed it, monthly is a really important piece. So we kind of made it so a lot of the graphics get posted all of like on pretty much all of our socials, including TikTok as well. But the written piece is also available on our website, allmusicmonies.com. So that's what's really cool about it, is it's kind of like a double feature as to where, like, if you're not visiting the site, in case you missed it monthly is pretty easily accessible as well. But you should totally go visit the site if you haven't. But yeah, in case you missed it monthly, February edition is live right now. So definitely go check out the February edition. It's a great mix of some a pretty top tier underground artists along with some pretty unknown underground individuals. So it's a pretty balanced a group of artists this month. So I definitely like this one a lot. Absolutely. So that was dropped last Friday on the 31st, because like I said, today is the 3rd. So that was just a couple days ago. But on top of that, we dropped a brand new interview with an artist known as Zim, with our brand new staff writer, Blank Thought, also a Music Mondays Patreon. So huge shout out to Blank Thought, man. But many of you know Blank from multiple submissions here on the show recently. We've also reacted to a couple of Zim tracks with Blank Thought. We're pretty familiar with that section of artists, so Blank got the chance to sit down with Zim and really break down the core of Zim as an artist. A lot of really cool background stuff, a lot of future stuff, a lot of talks on collaborations. Another really good written piece from somebody that you should definitely know about, to be honest with you. And of course, it's Blank Thought's first article, so it's extra special. So definitely go check that out if you haven't seen it already. Again, allmusicmondays.com. The website is uploaded daily, if not every other day. So definitely go check out, in case you missed a monthly, and the brand new Zim interview by Blank Thought. And again, huge shout out to Zim and Blank Thought. Yeah, our writing has been fucking stellar. So I just want to take a second and really shout out our writing team, because not only have they been really consistent, but a lot of the quality and a lot of the artist choices have been stellar recently, right? Because there'll be times where we cover like obvious, really notable drops, and then there'll be times where the majority of us just really cover like what we enjoy, right? So I don't like to keep it super strict with the writers, unless, of course, like I said, there's something notable that we should just obviously cover. But we're not that type of organization, right? So we go out of our way to really show smaller underground independent artists some love. And the writing from our whole writing team has just been on point, really, really on point. From anything that, Heretic, Arctic, Blank, M, myself, like we've been really like on the money. So definitely go check out our website, allmusicmonies.com, and go browse around for a bit. And of course, there's a search bar feature, so feel free to use that as well. But we have, at least over 100 published articles on there already, especially including shit from like 2022. So yeah, definitely go check out allmusicmonies.com. That has been really really leveled up over the last like 2 months, for sure. SoundCloud Sunday volume 76 is available right now on our SoundCloud. That was curated by myself, Depressed, and Waterfalls. SoundCloud Sunday again is becoming the standard. I barely even have to talk about it anymore. It's 100% the best SoundCloud playlist that you will ever need, to be honest with you. Whether you're a listener, you're an artist, you're somebody who again is looking for new music, things like that, SoundCloud Sunday is absolutely the premier playlist that you need, especially with it being weekly. And you can go check out our archive of all 76 volumes on our SoundCloud right now. But yeah, we just put out volume 76 of the finest underground talent. So definitely go check that out. And again, that was curated by myself, Depressed, and Waterfalls. Art by Michael Jones this week as well. So huge shout out to the crew. And huge shout out to anybody that made it on and submitted. If you're ever interested in getting involved in SoundCloud Sunday, you're like, when do submissions open? How do I get on your SoundCloud playlist? Submissions open every Wednesday, and we curate just like we do here for the show. So if you're not following us on Twitter, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing, man. I have no idea what you're doing. But much like the rest of our curation, it is done on Twitter. So make sure you're following us on Twitter at All Music Mondays, and look for submissions every Wednesday. Every Wednesday they go live at some point in the day. But if you're watching this on YouTube, they're probably already live. So make sure you go check out our media, and they're posted across all of our socials. Just actually submit your tracks through Twitter, and then you'll be good to go. But yeah, so like I said, if you're ever interested, submissions open every Wednesday, playlist drop every Sunday. And again, huge shout out to the Music Monday staff for helping me curate that as well. Patreon appreciation, man, oh man. So last month, because like I said, today is April 3rd, so not only is this our first April episode, but last month we launched the official Music Mondays Patreon. To my pleasant surprise, it has gone really well. Not that I didn't have faith in it. It was always just something that I kept close to me, right? I didn't want to monetize Music Mondays. We're never gonna monetize Music Mondays. We're just gonna monetize in ways where it benefits the community as well. You know what I mean? So all of our content will always stay free. All of our submissions will always stay free. There's just other bonuses you can get if you'd like to, push that further. And last month we launched our Patreon, and I think we had about 6 Patreon members last month, if I'm not mistaken. And then we got a brand new one this month as well. So I think we're looking for a total of 7 Patreons right now, which is really fucking crazy. But as far as March goes, I want to give a huge shout out to King Mark, Bloodcat, SLM, Blank Thought, Young Trill Soul, and Cole Gerard for pledging to the Music Mondays Patreon. And of course, even if it's just the basic tier, it's the premium tier, it doesn't matter what it is. Anybody who hops over to our Patreon is greatly appreciated. Again, something that I wanted to kind of start gently, but I wanted to really push the Music Mondays platform and give people, the incentive to not only keep submitting to the show, but also incentive that they know that Music Mondays is going to continue to grow, right? Because we're going to take over the internet slowly but surely, but we also want to move into other aspects, right? We want to bring you guys merchandise. We want to bring you guys shows. There are a lot of things that we're working on in the background that Patreon really helped us out with. So that's why we're going to try our best to really hook you guys up over on Patreon and do everything and anything we can and really always improve those tiers to really make it worth it, right? Like, we're not going to just fucking, 1 or 2 kind of benefits and it's like, yeah, that's whatever. No, like, we really want to overload you guys so it's worth it. You know what I mean? Like, you're getting the most out of subscribing to our Patreon, so huge shout out to our March Patreons again. Thank you. And that brings us to today, April 3rd. Our weekly recap is live, so make sure you go check that out. I pretty much summarize everything that we just talked about, but again, that's available on all of our socials, so go check out our weekly recap. Yeah, so we're just going to talk about what we have upcoming in the next week or so, what's going down for April, and a whole lot of really cool stuff. So, what the fuck is good? Chat, how are we doing? Cole, what's good? How are you, my friend? Welcome on in. I hope you're well. What's cracking? How are we all doing on this fine Monday? It's fucking April, no longer March. I feel like March is one of the last like really cold months. You know what I mean? Like it really is like it, March. It's just like the last like remnants of winter. You know. TDG, what's good, homie? I hope you're well. Welcome on in. Huge shout out to you guys. Welcome, 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 welcome. Happy Monday. Hope y'all having a good Monday. Yup. Let's get it, baby. Same to you. Fucking smoking, making burgers, straight chilling. That's what I like to hear, baby. A little fucking burger night. Let's go. We love that. We love that. Okay. So let's talk about April. Let's talk about this next week, and then we'll hop right into our reactions and reviews. So over the next week, we'll be filming and recording a couple episodes for Feature Friday, Workshop Wednesday, and Behind the Merch. So be out on the lookout for all of those. We're going to be sitting down with a couple of artists, and we're going to be reaching out to a couple of artists as well. We're really looking to stack a lot of those episodes, and then we're kind of in limbo with the breakdown right now. So we're going to figure out what we want to do with that series. I have to talk to the staff tomorrow and really figure out how we want to go about that. But our regular scheduled monthly content is still going to be available. Again, Feature Friday, Workshop Wednesday, the breakdown behind the merch as well. All of our monthly pieces that go on our YouTube channel. Expect one of each of those in April. We're going to really try to get out, in case you missed it monthly, super early this month as well. So if you missed any tracks in March, definitely be on the lookout for that. Bigger kind of alternative things for April. We're still looking to add a couple of staff members to the Music Mondays team. And again, this is our passion project, so we're not really looking for work for hires or anything like that, because we already have a pretty stacked team that dedicates a lot of time to writing, graphics. I do the show every week. I upload everything. You know what I mean? So if you're looking to contribute to our team, that'd be great. And of course, as Music Mondays grows, we're going to accommodate everybody accordingly, right? Including the community, so everybody knows that I hook the staff up. So yeah, if you're interested in joining the Music Monday staff team, if you have a resume, if you'd like to pitch yourself, feel free to send us an email. Make sure you send us a DM as well. Anything you feel comfortable with, definitely reach out to us. We're looking for writers, particularly journalists, content creators, people that want to do YouTube, graphic designers, curators, anybody that wants to do playlisting for Music Mondays, and a whole kind of few other odd roles that kind of fall under those. So if you're interested in any of those or want to know more about recruiting, feel free to reach out to me. Feel free to reach out to the Music Mondays account. Feel free to send us an email as well, right? I mean, pitch yourself, send your resume, anything like that. That'd be great. So recruiting is open as well. We'll be posting about that on our social media this week as well. So definitely be on the lookout for that. So we have a couple of really important ideas that we're working on the back end as far as introducing a new type of playlist. And we are working on a new type of YouTube series as well. A couple of the staff members reached out to me with ideas that I think were really, really good. And, a couple of things with Depressed. I have a couple ideas on the back burner with Blank Thought. So there's a couple of things on the chopping block right now that we're looking at. So, keep your eyes peeled for kind of new announcements and things like that on top of your monthly regular scheduled content as well. So just keep that in mind, and of course, one thing is our, kind of events, whether it be beat battles, things like Cyberfest, things like that, are bigger, kind of wider events, are a couple of things that we're working on as well. So all those things are kind of in the background right now, and as I continue to talk with the staff, we'll kind of iron out more details, But as far as April goes, it'll probably be a flood for the next couple of weeks, especially as we film and get all this content out. So expect your monthly regular stuff. Expect, of course, written pieces as well, and of course, your weekly stuff. So the things like the podcast, SoundCloud Sunday, the podcast on audio platforms, the podcast on YouTube, things like that. So that'll all continue on as well. So, kind of a good start. I'm not gonna lie, to April. We're looking at a lot of really good stuff. And last week we had a really good talking segment. So I think this week, we can hop right into submissions and discuss that for a second, because there's a couple of things that I have written down that are kind of more, I would say, longer talking points, but not really longer, I guess. But I like to keep those limited to like every other week or so. And not every week do we need to have like these real community discussions, because last week we had a really good one. So I think this week we can, go straight into reactions, and then next week we'll have another community discussion, talk about kind of how we're rolling on that end of things. And because I really do have a couple of subjects that are really really fucking good talking points, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't want to go super super crazy with them um just yet, because you know they're really good talking points. So this week, like I said, we'll go right into reactions and reviews, and we'll see what's going down. So with that said, how do you submit to the Music Mondays podcast? How do you get on our live show? How the fuck does this work? Zom, what do you mean? Like, what the fuck? You only take submissions through Twitter? What do you mean? What's your problem? Blah, 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 blah. This is how, okay? You want any type of details. This is pretty much everything you need to know about the Music Mondays podcast. So we accept submissions through Twitter. In this Twitter thread, it'll be always in the same format. Artists and creatives. Submissions are open for live reviews on Music Mondays, live on April 3rd, 2023 at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is here and now. If you'd like to submit your music, artwork, fashion, or digital creations, drop your links and portfolios below. All art forms are welcome. So, it'll always be in this same format. So all you really have to do is check out the date if you see this kind of tweet, and you'll be able to know if you're submitting under the right tweet or not, right? So just check out the date, and then if it's already passed, the show's already passed. But if it hasn't passed, you're on the right tweet. And of course, contrary to our name, Music Mondays, we reacted to and reviewed a whole bucket of different types of art, to be honest with you. Everything from music to instrumentals to vocals to mixes to fashion to digital art to graphic design to writing to YouTube visuals to YouTube edits. Like, we've reacted to literally everything. And as many of you guys know, many underground creators are multi-talented, right? A lot of them have multiple talents that they're very good at. So I figured, ever since the show started, literally like 115 fucking weeks ago, that we need to pay attention to every type of artist, right? Because a lot of them go hand in hand, right? A lot of graphic designers and a lot of musicians are very much in the same boat. A lot of producers and a lot of engineers are in the same boat, right? So we like to give everyone an equal chance here, along with musicians. So feel free to drop your portfolio or any type of submission that you feel deserves some spotlight on Music Mondays, Never hesitate about that. But with that said, let's talk prerequisites and some guidelines. So, the show used to be very much unlimited. We used to go past 4 hours, but now we limit the show to a 4-hour show limit. just to kind of alleviate that pressure of giving people like a 7 hour podcast to watch and things like that. And the only thing that we do ask as well is that you're following Music Mondays on Twitter before you submit, because it not only helps grow our platform, it helps pay respect to a lot of the people that do submit every week and do support Music Mondays. So that's all we do ask, and of course, we never will ask you for money to submit your tracks. So in exchange, again, that's all we do ask is just make sure you're following Music Mondays on Twitter before you submit your tracks. And that's about it, to be honest with you. For our show limit, our Patreon subscribers go first every week, so that's a perk of being a member of our Patreon and subscribing on a monthly basis. You'll gain access to the Music Mondays Fast Pass, which means, no matter how many submissions we do get, our Patreons will be played first each week. So just keep that in mind. That's one of the main benefits we offer over on the Music Mondays Patreon. But of course, that's not the main way to submit. You can still submit for free. Sometimes we just might not have the ability to get to every single submission because the show has a 4 hour limit now. Because again, like we said, we want the show to continue to grow, but at the same time, we can't really, continue to do 6 hour shows, and really tax ourselves because we are the only weekly show. Especially a show that does it to the degree that we really do it, right? If there aren't many other underground podcasts that are live on a weekly basis, breaking down tracks how we break down tracks, along with kind of having the upload schedule that we have as well. So, that's kind of the main thought process behind the 4 hour show limit. So kind of a very important part of the show again. But that's about it. So again, the only thing that we do ask is that you follow Music Mondays on Twitter, and if you'd like your tracks played first, feel free to subscribe to our Patreon as well. So other than that, submissions close a couple of minutes before the show starts, just to really get a head count, kind of keep the show free flow. So we don't take shows while the show, or we don't take submissions while the show is live. Again, just to keep things free flow, we don't interrupt the flow of things and other people's submissions and things like that. So you have about a week to submit each week. It's like 6.5 days or so. So just keep that in mind. And if you're interested in ever submitting for the show, like I said, just look for these tweets and you'll be good to go. So yeah, that's about it for our guidelines. Not many. Like I said, submissions are always going to be free. Patreons go first. For our show limit, make sure you're following Music Mondays on Twitter before you submit. But with that said, let's fucking get into it. Blank Thought, what's good? How are we doing tonight? How are you doing tonight, my friend? Welcome on in. I hope you're well. Welcome. Got a brand new track for tonight. Let's get it, baby. And actually, Blank Thought's also one of our patrons, so you'll be hearing that super, super early tonight. So, let's take a quick look at our Patreon list, and then we're gonna go check out our list over here, and see how everybody is doing. So, up first we have, I guess we'll just go in order of how they're submitted here. So we'll go through our patrons like this. Obviously, we'll just keep an eye out. And actually, Bloodcat is first this week. I think Mark was first, like, for the last couple weeks. So this will be a really cool way to switch things up. So let's fucking get it. Music Monday's Patreon, Bloodcat, submitted Face ID. And it's on Spotify, so it's already out. So we have no unreleased Bloodcat this week. But many of you know, we're very, very big on a Bloodcat here on the Music Mondays podcast. Extremely, extremely talented, multi-genre artist, to be honest with you. Slightly experimental, but one of the highest ceilings in, the underground community, without a doubt. So with that said, this is a brand new Bloodcat track. I'm very interested. I'm very interested. Okay. Bloodcat Face ID, brand new. Let's get into it. We got the stream as well.
Face ID, still can't see me through the smoke, yeah. I love my bitch, but she love everything I own, yeah. I'm on the set, told you better toast, yeah. Now watch me for this bitch like a folder. And I'm really tryna settle down right now. She ain't really tryna wait around and find out what you see behind your eyes. Lay every time you lie down. Is it right or die now? Can I ride or ride? I'm back in my business, I'm Kevin, a witness. I'm clever, I'm raising the bar. Take it a 6 and I break up a 10 for the fat. We get back and I take it a Mars. Break up as friends, then get back together. We better be better at breaking their hearts. Never been better, but never said never, whatever. Like I saw the shit from the start. Pull up, I'm changing the weather. My sweater costs more than you spend on a car. Spinning my car like I'm spinning my bitch. If you're down for whatever, you never go far. Look inside the fridge and see my weight, cause it's cool, yeah. This that necklace that she ex just felt cool. Buy her everything she needed now. It's things that she might like. Running out of reasons, demons hiding the bright side. She keep my phone ringing every night. It's my nightlight. She keep my phone ringing every night. It's my nightlight. Face ID,
That's hard.
see me through the smoke, yeah. I love my bitch, but she love everything I own, yeah. I'm on the side, told you better toast, yeah. Now watch me for this bitch up like a folder. And now I'm really tryna settle down right now. She ain't really tryna wait around and find out what you see behind your eyes. Like every time you lie down, is it right or die now? Can I ride or ride now?
Legend. Let's fucking get it, BCat. So, let's talk about this, man, because I feel like Bloodcat has almost entered a new era, to be honest with you. And I'll expand on that in a second, but this is some mature ass shit right here. This really is. This is a bop. I love the mix. I agree. I feel like the mix is really crisp. But let's get into it. We're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Face ID. So, kind of an interesting title too. But again, the hook is man. But let's talk instrumental here. I feel like it's been a couple submissions where we've seen Bloodcat really pick a more kind of alternative, fast paced, maybe pop style of instrumental. I feel like it's been really kind of like alternative trap kind of plug sort of styles. And it's really interesting. It's really, really interesting because Bloodcat's not making it sound like the standard. And it's all starting with the instrumental choice here. And I feel like this instrumental choice is super fucking solid. And like, it's one of those things where we talk about how Bloodcat's really like ironing out those styles, right? And, taking, a certain style that they do, whether it be vocally or just overall, and really just sharpening the sword, if you will. And, yeah, yeah. This is definitely like one of those, 100%. But as far as the instrumental goes, it's great. Mix is solid, nothing clashing, too overbearing. Drum selection's great. Again, to what TDG said in the chat, I like the mix as well. The mix is really solid when you're talking about the instrumental. Drums really did it for me though. The drums are really, really bouncy. And then you had the kind of, slower pace melody, kind of a more chill vibe. But the drums made it bouncy enough to where Bloodcat was able to really slide on this nicely, to be honest. So yeah, really, really solid instrumental choice, and definitely in line that we've, with everything that we've heard from Bloodcat, to be honest, as of lately. So let's talk vocals here, because I feel like again we get this kind of Bloodcat where Bloodcat's kind of really hammering down on this kind of style, and it's very interesting. It's very fucking interesting because it's done so well. You know what I mean? Like it really is done so well, but it's behind these instrumentals that are very like um very like top tier for the style that they are. Right? So you're talking, dark trap, the regular trap, alternative trap, the kind of like little subgenres in there. And the vocals are just like they're almost in such a melodic kind of laid back fashion, but they're done so well. Like I think Bloodcat has really matured this style into something totally insane and unique. Like really fucking unique. Because if you were to listen to this instrumental on its own, that's one thing, right? And you'd be like, okay, this is hard as shit. This is hard. And then you kind of factor in everything else and what Bloodcat kind of did to this, especially the hook. It's like, huh? It's like, what do we have going down here? Right? It's very much a clashing of styles, and it works extremely well. And again, I feel like that's something a Bloodcat has been kind of practicing and working on and really mastering, right? And it's just hammering down on this kind of style, being super melodic, but also having the ability to, write bars in this fashion. But overall, when you want to talk about a mix and things like that, this is great, very crisp. Again, nothing clashing to overbearing. But when it comes to vocals, that's not really a surprise with Bloodcat, right? That's not really something that I'm not like, oh yeah, this is fire, because Bloodcat has always had this really solid fucking mix. So it's not that you expect it, but it's pretty standard for Bloodcat to have like a really solid, well-rounded mix. Um, and that's definitely the case here. But the hook really does this justice again. I think Bloodcat can make any kind of hook work on any kind of instrumental. Like we've heard the most insane amount of flexibility on Bloodcat tracks, and this is screaming like unique, but it was almost like Bloodcat kind of like wanted to keep it not like basic for the lack of a better term, but a lot more like laid back, but like still did the the kind of like just the Bloodcat sauce. Like it's very specific. So I feel like no matter what kind of instrumental Bloodcat is almost working on here, it's almost guaranteed to be unique. And that's what's fucking crazy. That is what's really crazy. Is like you can't even pin this on anybody, da 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 da. Yeah. Wow. Um and then of course, I feel like this one would be a really good visual as well. Whether you want to just do like a basic visual or like a music video, I feel like this one would go really crazy. But yeah, the hook really does it for me, man. That's totally such a shining star here. And of course, it's surrounded by well written verses as well, right? But like, that's one thing that I've grown accustomed to with Bloodcat is those like really out of this world kind of hooks that wrap back around the song. So this one's really well done. Instrumental great, vocals great. Let's talk theme. So aesthetic wise, Bloodcat has been getting these really insane photos done, and we just have another really great shot here that's like 10 out of 10. I'm a big fan of these kind of photos for Bloodcat covers, but again, like it's like one of those things where like you know you like as long as you like your art, that's really all that matters. Because as long as the song bangs, nobody's gonna like really pay much mind to the art because they're just gonna be like, oh damn, this shit bangs. You know what I mean? So But these ones in particular, Bloodcat does really well with, to be honest with you. So, theme overall, Face ID, obviously, iOS, iPhone, Face ID kind of deal there, right? But it definitely ties into the hook in like a different way. And I love that because it like the title doesn't necessarily reflect like what the whole track is about, but it kind of summarizes it nicely. And I feel like that's another like slept on kind of aspect of like certain themes and just songs in general that like you don't necessarily need to like have a well written theme and this to here da 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 da. You don't necessarily need to do that, but this one you can kind of get the gist of it, and obviously the hook in relation to Face ID and keeping my phone lit, and it was all tied really nicely together. And then the verses just kind of lifted it up even more. So the theme was great here. You know what I mean? Like directly in front of your face, really bouncy, and another enjoyable Bloodcat track. Let's fucking get it. With that said, huge shout out to Bloodcat. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, 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 much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Bloodcat on Spotify at Bloodcat. And of course, make sure you follow Catcalls Fashion on Twitter. This is Bloodcat's brand new motherfucking Twitter. So if you're not following Bloodcat on here, make sure you go do so and go show Bloodcat some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every motherfucking episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 140 subscribers on the main channel. I think we're about 6 away. So make sure you go show some love to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. And if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you because we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So go check it out. If you already have, like I said, we appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. So that was our first Patreon of the night. So Bloodcat is down. That was excellent. Who is up next on our Patreon list? Okay. We got the homie Cole motherfucking Gerard. Let's get it, baby. I feel like Cole again is one of those people that we never got to check out at the beginning of the show because for whatever reason or another, submissions just kind of get placed however they get placed. It's pretty random, to be honest with you. And yeah, Cole is up motherfucking next. So of course, huge shout out to Cole for subscribing to the Music Mondays Patreon. Welcome aboard, my friend. Let's fucking get it. So now, many of you know Cole. Again, being another multi-genre talented artist, but a real genre mixer, if you will. Cole can really blend a lot of genres in one song and make it sound like insanely cohesive, like super fucking cohesive, which not a lot of artists can do. And that's something I've always noticed about Cole. This will be good. Land of Fire and Flutes. I believe we've already reacted to this audio, but we haven't reacted to this AMV. So this is going to be fucking gas. And again, with the new Music Mondays podcast format, now we just kind of go in order. Because we used to have a media order where we do audio first, right? We do audio first, and then we would go through other media like visuals, graphic designs, things like that. But now we get to hop right into a visual from the homie Cole. So let's fucking see what we got here, my friends. Okay. Yeah, so I want to say we did react to this audio, but regardless, we're totally gonna react to this visual and talk about this here. None of the animations mentioned sources in this video made by me. Let's fucking get it, baby. Lyrics, Vox, Master, Edit. Yup. Let's go. Okay. So let's get into it. Cole Gerard, Land of Fire and Flutes, Proud Hidden, AMV. Let's go. Full screen is too.
Yeah. Bitch hitting in the lead, floating in like I wake wind. Good, good, I'm fiend. Up, down, in between. Fuck you, fuck me, fuck back, fuck boy. Bringing back some memories, Liberty Bells. Shock attacks, hostage. Haven't fucked in the desert, that be hostage. Might be here somewhere, depending on what's on next. This is looking crazy, just a soft flex. Fuck shit, but loud, no respect. That bullshit, but loud, can respect. That dumb shit, it depends. That bump in the deep end on some dumb shit. Hidden sent the pack and now I'm on some fun shit. Yeah, let's get your cardio, run it. Bitch, heading in the lead, floating in like I wake with good, good, I fiend. Up, down, in between. Fuck you, fuck me, fuck back, fuck your eyes. Bringing back some memories. Good, good, I fiend. Up, down, in between. Fuck you, fuck me, fuck back, fuck your eyes. Bringing back some memories. Third hitting in the leaves, floating in like a wake wind. Leaves flowing fun, catching, smoking with my best friend. At a book for taste, higher lessons. We get them bars for free, we would never pay for them. Third hitting in the leaves, floating in like a wind. Wake a leaf, flowing fun. Grind a roll of paper, cooking with fire. If you rock around me when I'm vibing, get you on me, nigga. Don't worry, it's on the house. Calling your teeth, organic, switch around.
Yeah, this came out fucking tough. Well done. Well fucking done, absolutely. Okay. Much to discuss here. So, we've had the pleasure of reacting to the majority of Cole's latest project, and this is one of the tracks on there. So we've already reacted to this audio, but we're gonna break down this visual and talk a little bit about, visuals themselves, right? And why visuals like this work, why they matter, and why it shows you actually give a fuck, right? So let's talk about it. Again, track is called Land of Fire and Flutes. So we have a really solid Naruto visual surrounding this, but we have a real, again, solid mix of clips, So we have a whole entire part one section, but sprinkled in are a bunch of Shippuden clips. And it's like finely edited. And like a lot of things are just like surrounded by like the circuit cover. And like you don't really pick up on that until you're kind of like watching the visual in detail and you're like, wait a minute, that's like the uh the cover, like that's literally the texture of the cover. It's like, hold the fucking phone. You're like, wait a second. So that I thought was like a subtle but really fucking nice touch. So if you didn't notice that, now you do, because that was like what you're seeing on screen, and I feel like that was a like 10 out of 10 addition to this. Made it really cool. But one thing I do notice is that it's not completely like over edited. I feel like over editing sometimes, you get into the direction of like your generic kind of like visuals and AMVs. And, there's a place for those, you know what I mean? And sometimes when you're doing like laid back kind of tracks, you don't need something insanely crazy. And I feel like this one came to like a real happy medium in the specific clips that were chosen, because it's not a lot of like fighting scenes and things like that. So like, again, you have to consider the track you're making a visual for. So a lot of these clips are chill clips, which I liked. I thought it went well. You know what I mean? Like, and the thing is too, is with these visuals, they are really fun. You know what I mean? Like, they're fun to watch, they're fun to make, they're fun to like publish and promote, and you're like, yo, check this out, like this is fucking gas. I feel like it just enhances any release 10 times over, especially if you don't feel like doing a music video, you don't feel like going gathering clips, you don't feel like going out to film. This is a great way to kind of come to like a happy medium, right? And you're kind of like really doing the most, but still supporting whatever release that this is under. So I feel like this was really well done. And again, huge shout out to Cole. This was excellent. This was fucking excellent. And even then, the description, lyrics, Vox, mix, master, edit, FX, Cole, Gerard. See, like, let's fucking go. You know what I mean? Like, it's all about the small things, man. It's all about the small things. It's all about the fucking small things. Let's go, Cole. So yeah, this gets a 10 out of 10 for me. Just purely based off the effort. Really fucking well done. I think Cole's project did really well. I think Cole really put together a nice project for the beginning of 2023, and has been doing nothing but following it up with a lot of really cool content. And this is just another one to add on. So, huge shout out to Cole. Let's fucking get it, baby. Make sure you subscribe to Cole Gerard on YouTube. They are literally 8 subscribers away from 30. And of course, make sure you follow Cole Gerard on Twitter. Cole is 9 away from 60. Let's go get Cole to 60 on motherfucking Twitter. Go show Cole some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 subaroonies on there. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments. A whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So if you haven't subbed, what are you doing? And if you have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. Let's fucking get it, baby. Thanks, yo. Let's fucking get it, Cole. Thank you so much, my friend. And of course, huge shout out to all of our Patreons, Bloodcat and Cole Gerard. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's fucking get it. So, let's check out our Patreon list and let's see who's up next, baby. So we knocked down Bloodcat. We did Cole. Okay. Up next, we got another Music Mondays Patreon in order. We got the homie King Mark. Now, Mark has been fucking killing it, especially when it comes to 2023. Mark had a really great 2022 as well. We reacted to a lot of King Mark last year, but this year has been quite the level up. A lot of the latest stuff that we've heard, a lot of the unreleased stuff that we've heard from Mark has been fucking stellar. But Mark's one really, really talented alternative artist. I'm sure this will be a pleasure. Let's check this out and pop this open a new tab, a Rooney, my friends. Boom, what's up? Some exclusive, unreleased King Mark, okay? Nobody's heard this, John. Nobody's heard this, John. And we got some lyrics in description. Okay. Let's get it. King Mark, Stuck in a Dream, exclusive Music Mondays premiere. Never heard anywhere else. Let's go. I love the outro here. Wow. Plug-in Mark. That was fucking comedy. Holy shit. Do I hate plug beats? Let's fucking get it, Offspring. Indeed, you do. I hope you're well. Welcome on in. That sub badge is looking mighty fine on you. That might be my favorite sub badge. Plug-in Mark, you motherfucker. Mark, what's good? I hope you're well. Offspring, what's good? I hope you're well. Ryuki, what's good? I hope you're well. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. So, sidebar, before we even talk about Mark, bro, when the fuck is SoundCloud gonna get dark mode, bro? What? When? When is this fucking app going to get dark mode? Like, I'm sitting here flashbanged reading lyrics, straight flashbanged. Okay, like, holy shit. I'm gonna link you some real quick, please. No more plugins. No more plugins. No more plugins. The app got dark mode. Of course, the mobile app does. Thank God. But all right. We're gonna discuss this unreleased exclusive King Mark here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk. So, you guys know the drill, but if you don't, we're talking about three things here. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Stuck in a Dream. Much like to the chat's reaction, we definitely got some, alternative cloud-like plugin B from King Mark. Check Discord DMs, I just saved your life. He's probably lying. Yeah, but see, like, that's what I don't want, though. Like, that's what I don't want, purely because that should be in the app itself. Like, it is 2023. There is not one platform right now on this desktop that does not have that built in normally. That's the problem with that. Like, I should not need to be using my RAM on another plugin because SoundCloud hasn't developed that yet. That's insane. That's what's something else. But another conversation. So, like I said, let's talk instrumental now. The thing is, I think Offspring said it. Mark indeed does have range. So I wasn't as shocked when I heard this, to be honest with you. I think what makes this really cool though is the vocal mix. I think the vocal mix is like really well done. Especially because it kind of has that like Mark pizzazz, but in regards to the instrumental, I feel like vocals sit really nicely. And even deeper than that, the instrumental is mixed really nicely. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Kind of a solid instrumental choice though, to be honest. Like, the melody is very much like a King Mark melody. Sound selection is great. Sound selection is very King Mark too. Like, I feel like tonight is a very plug night and it's hilarious. It is actually fucking hilarious. So yeah, great instrumental choice, and I feel like Mark picked like the perfect one here, to be honest with you. So a great instrumental choice. Melody's everything here. Definitely a shining star for me. So let's talk vocals, because vocals were everything in this. I really like the vocals here, especially. There's a couple of things that I really like. Flow and cadence were great. Writing was really nice. But the vocal mix itself, I feel like Mark really went above and beyond. I feel like this sits really nicely on this instrumental, and I feel like this is a style that Mark could easily like expand upon. You know what I mean? Really could like break this one down and really keep going with it, if we're being honest with you. So yeah, this is a really not like insanely different style than we're used to, but it's definitely like It's definitely another kind of style that I feel like Mark could easily expand upon and really continue to build on this, because this was excellent. This was really really fucking excellent. Um, there wasn't anything here that I was like, oh yeah, this could be better. Like I feel like if Mark was ever gonna hop on an instrumental like this, I feel like this is exactly how it should sound. Like 100% it should sound like this. Um, Kind of slow pace, like a love ballad, but like still bouncy enough. It's well done. And like I could honestly see a whole album or even just like a smaller project from Mark in this fashion. I could definitely see it, 100%. So instrumentals great, vocals were great. Let's talk theme. So aesthetics, of course, exclusive unreleased track. We won't, dive into that because art's not done yet. So aesthetics are fine, even though this is some like, crazy King Mark lore right here. You know what I mean? Like, I remember the very first submission we had from King Mark had this cover. So, but overall, theme Stuck in a Dream. I feel like Mark does so well with writing that like titles could just come so naturally. Um, Mark hasn't really been the type to name songs that aren't in relation to the actual lyrical content. But if Mark did it, it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be a big deal. You know what I mean? But Stuck in a Dream was kind of like a no brainer title. Like I think that's a really good choice, just based off the lyrics alone. Um, you know, I feel like when you consider the melody and then you consider what um what the actual lyrical content is, I feel like Mark knows how to put certain sounds into words and certain feelings into um words, to be honest. Like the writing is so good, but it's matched up by this melody that's like it almost sounds like, a kind of like more, it's like a little bit softer, but again, the drums kind of keep it bouncy. Like one of the first things I ever spoke about with Mark, in regards to some of our reactions and reviews, right, was the fact that Mark was so good at balancing like more emotional lyrical content matched up with instrumental choices that are, somewhat upbeat, softer, cuter, more bouncy, things like that. And it's matured so much. You know what I mean? Like it's really fucking matured so much. And this is like again proof of that. So I feel like much like our last couple reactions, I feel like Mark is another artist in that crew where um they're just kind of sharpening the sword when it comes to certain styles, and this is another one where we've seen kind of Mark slightly like bounce around with instrumentals almost similar, but this one right here um was excellent. Like this is a style totally I would love to see Mark expand upon. 100%. With that said, huge shout out to King Mark. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. And of course, make sure you follow King Mark on SoundCloud. Mark is literally 5 away from 170. That is a great milestone, okay? Go show Mark some motherfucking love. And of course, make sure you follow King Mark Music on Twitter. Mark is 1 follower away from 280, 1 follower or 11 from 290, man. Go show Mark some motherfucking love on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 140 Subarunis on the main channel. So if you haven't subbed, what are you doing? And if you have, thank you. We appreciate you. Like I said, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. Man, how the fuck? That's mad funny. So I think last week Blank Thought and SLM were back to back, and this week they're back to back again. That is fucking pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Much love, Mark. Let's fucking get it, baby. So yeah, continuing on with our Patreon list. First off, huge shout out to our stack of patrons. You guys are amazing. Huge shout out to Bloodcat, Cole, King Mark, and up next, our Patreon on the list is the homie Blank Dot, coming in with a brand new motherfucking track, "Wings to Ashes." So Blank Dot has been quite the artist to react to. And such a hardworking producer, like a really, really fucking hardworking producer, but really has quite the arsenal of sound design and elements that we've seen in Blank Thought produce tracks and projects, and quite the interesting producer, but really teeters on a couple of different sound styles, honestly. So I'm kind of interested to see what Blank Thought brings to us this week. So, Music Mondays Patreon Blank Thought submitted "Wings to Ashes." Let's check it out. Cover's crazy. So this is with the homie I forgot. Okay. Interesting. Brand new Blank Thought, "Wings to Ashes." Let's get into it. Let's go.
Bodega, bacon, egg, and cheeses. 50-cent Lucy's and the stoop we use for meetings. Rolling around in hoopties, drinking brews and passing sour blunts. Been searching for that feeling for some years and I ain't found it once. It's just a memory, a ghost of what I was. An attempt to bottle lightning, ending too close to the sun. Wings to ashes. I found so much acceptance in a place that's filled with madness. They said we raising killers, meanwhile we just raising caskets. Made a habit of skipping classes, straight ignoring what they teaching while I scribble in my pad. Parents mad that my only interest was English, kept on telling me to quit it, that rapping was just a fad. Sorry, Dad, but I'll be the best to ever bless a mic. Felt it in my soul from the first moment I blessed the scythe. In detention with a headphone hidden under my hood and several markers, I was up to no good. And I ain't changed much since, still the same punk kid with the frayed chucks that he's got a blade tucked in. Where I came up, you could get your grave dug quick. So when people imitated, it don't make much sense. We was dying to get out and y'all are praying to get in. While we just trying to tell our story, I just use it for a trend. I'm just trying to get back to the feeling we had as kids when we would link up for a cipher. No notes, apps, and no pens, just a corner or a park bench, a hall or a set of stairs. Anybody step to the session, definitely getting aired. Debonair with a devil may care attitude. Fucking open verse or a challenge, I'd rather battle you. It's Cypher Cot.
Jesus. Holy fuck. Okay, so this instrumental was really fucking crazy. Yeah, much to discuss here. So, let's break this down. Off an upcoming collab album with I Forgot. So, that's what Blank Thought said in the chat. Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about this for sure. So, we're going to talk about three things. You guys know the motherfucking drill. We're going to talk about the instrumental. We're going to talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Wings to Ashes. So, man, oh man. Let's talk instrumental. Mix is great, nothing clashing to overbearing. Sound selection was really solid, especially when it comes to the drums, but the melody is fucking cooked. The sound selection in particular on the melody was like, wow. it's like so simple, but it's so like prominent in the song with vocals over it. It's like wow. So the melody really fucking did it here for me. Simple but super super fucking effective for sure. And then the drums were kind of really nice support, 100%. Really gave it the bounce that it needed, without a doubt. So instrumental, extremely solid. Melody's everything there. Let's talk vocals because vocals are like what the fuck. So I believe we might have reacted to some I Forgot, but we've never reacted to a one-on one kind of just I Forgot vocals and that's it, right? But of course we had the pleasure of it being on a Blank Thought instrumental. So, um man, this was one of those tracks where it was just nonstop from start to finish, straight like um no hook, just all the way through, all writing, all bars, the whole thing, and it was fucking nuts. Drifting Off with Johnny and Hoodie was an I Forgot track. Okay, yeah. So we've definitely reacted to I Forgot, but like I said, just not um a solo track like this. So to be able to like fully absorb I Forgot, this is definitely the first time we've been able to do that. Which again in turn was like holy shit. Because man oh man oh man. When it comes to tracks like these, they're so captivating because it almost forces you to listen, truly. Especially with a voice like I Forgot, I definitely feel like this is an artist with a voice that like really is super unique and like it even makes you want to listen even more, right? It'll open up your ears and you'll be like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here, right? Um, so definitely one of those artists for me. Mix is solid when it comes to vocals. Vocals sit nicely, nothing clashing to overbearing. Everything's really solid when it comes to vocals. But you know, this song clocks in at 2:24, and I think only like the last couple seconds were the outro. So this really is like 2 minutes straight of like fucking carnage, like bar for bar all the way through, and touching on a couple different things. So the lyrical content was a bit scattered, but it was more of like a cipher style of writing anyway. So it was real, like raw rap, 100% through and through. And like I said, not even the hook, so it just kind of like slides all the way through from start to finish. Which these tracks are always like jaw dropping. They're always like holy shit, especially when done right. You know what I mean? Because I definitely think I Forgot isn't really like a simple writer. There were some simple bars and punchlines, but all in all, like the flow and cadence made it all like really kind of like catchy and like cohesive and like kept like somewhat of a flow, even though it was in this kind of freestyle cipher kind of style, which I thought was unique. You know what I mean? Like certain flows and cadences like are just like you're just listening to it and you're like, damn, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So this was super raw, but all in all, the writing was like really out of this world here for sure, 100%. So the instrumental was solid. Vocals were very very solid. Writing was solid. Um, let's talk theme here. So when we consider this art, this is very much a blank thought, um, a blank thought kind of style for sure. Very much like old age, but modern. Like, cause usually the images are very like old age, kind of like reminds me of like history textbook kind of style. But like they're always refreshed and HD and very modern and very much like um you know it has this blend of two styles because like I said, like the base and foundation of a lot of these covers are very old fashioned, and then like they're refreshed with higher quality, a higher just kind of leveled up a little bit, to be made to look more modern. And I think that's a really definitive style at this point for Blank Thought, to be honest. So aesthetics are really on point here, especially with the track title Wings to Ashes. So definitely solid there. This is yet to be announced, but Zim has a verse on the album version. So we got a little remix coming. So we're totally gonna have to come back to this with the remix. We need to hear the Zim verse then. You know what I mean? Like, we totally gotta fucking come back to this 100%. Shit went dumb, I agree. Yeah, see, they definitely killed this cover. 100% killed this cover. Because it brings that modern flavor that a lot of your covers have, but they're very, like, old style. Like, they kind of have this, like, historical look to them. And they're all very modern, so I feel like this one goes right in line with that 100%. So let's talk theme here. Not too crazy of a like an intricate theme. And of course, like we always say, not every track needs to have like a nail me down kind of theme, right? Like da 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 da. This one is very. This one is very. It'll be known as Wings to Ashes, but when you think of the song, it'll be that one fucking I Forgot song where it was straight 2 minutes of just demolishing the fucking instrumental. You know what I mean? Like, that's like one of those things where it's like, ah, shit. So, again, not too crazy of a theme, but all in all, I do feel like aesthetically, title wise, and the whole kind of freestyle cipher approach, really was excellent. Really, really was excellent. 100%. So well done. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, 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 much fucking love. Make sure you follow Blank Thought on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Blank Thought on Twitter. Music Money staff member, Music Money's Patreon, and a fucking legend. 10 followers away from 800. That is a great milestone. Make sure you go follow Blank Thought on Twitter, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube free upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 subaroonies on the main channel. So make sure you go sub to the main channel, man. I mean, come on. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the main channel. And if you already have subbed, you've been dropping likes, you've been dropping comments, all that good ish. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. We appreciate that. And you on the Music Mondays platform. Appreciate the love for real. Yeah, of course, Blank, of course. Thank you for the submission, my friend. He did the cover for Repside A and B as well. Yeah, that is a fucking talented artist. 100% a talented artist. No breaks, and I love it. Yeah, I agree. 2 minutes of carnage right there for sure. So our next 2 submissions are actually our last 2 Patreons of the night. I don't think, because our other Patreon, Young Trill Soul, I don't think they submitted a track. They're just a Patreon member, so shout out to them. So yeah, we have SLM and TDG up next for our Patreon submissions, my friends. So let's fucking get into it. Excellent. Alrighty. It was like the algorithm knew. It was like, bam, these 3 in a row right here. That's some RNG if I ever seen it. For sure it is. Oh wait, we gotta give Blank Thought VIP. Hold on, gotta do one thing here. So if you're a Music Mondays Patreon, you will be getting a couple roles. One of the roles being a VIP badge in the Twitch chat. So for the duration that you are a Music Mondays Patreon, you'll be getting a VIP badge, like I said, not only in here, but in our Discord as well. So let me, okay, there we go. Boom. VIP, what's up? And we need TDG up in that bitch. Give TDG to VIP. What's up? Boom. If you're a Patreon and you're in the chat, feel free to speak now. Boom. Look at that diamond. Excellent. Love that. Just a little notoriety in chat, show you guys some love because you deserve it. So huge shout out to all of our Patreons. I just want to do that right quick while I had you guys in the chat. So let's get right back into it. Up next, our next Patreon submission, the homie SLM. So, man, SLM is definitely one of my personal favorites when it comes to somebody who's not only improved but super experimental and super passionate. SLM has really just gone above and beyond ever since they first submitted to the show. From everything from the jams to deadlighters to solo tracks to albums to a whole lot of good stuff. So SLM is extremely, extremely fucking talented. This week they submitted a track titled Session 023. Still planning things for this project, but here's this one. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so we got some exclusive unreleased SLM, okay? Unheard of. I feel like we've seen this cover before, no? 2 months ago. Wow. I feel like we have seen this cover before. Am I crazy? I wrote this in an hour before a therapy appointment. Finished recording as I had to go. Let's fucking get it. Track 5, Session 023, Prod Deadlighters. Some lyrics and description. Okay. Exclusive, unreleased SLM Session 023. Let's get it. Interesting. The instrumental's great.
Come on. How could I put this carefully without acting like I don't care for me? Been a year since I booked therapy, I'm still here though I took care of me. I wish there could be more of the parts of life I really want but barely need. I'm at the entrance still right in front, I feel too scared to read the signs. Worried I'll step wrong and blow some minds. No hurry, it's taking long like wait in lines. How's your life? I'm trying not hate in mine, it's taking time. I see the red lights, brake lights of some kind. I should stop here, I think I might. I've been awake, I feel like I'm needing to take a rest. Like a player for the National Association, because when you're doing your best it takes some time. Come back later, please be patient, but don't be fucking complacent. There's a million of you at least. At the rate that God's making these producers, we'll have enough beats for when the world gets to shaking. Oh, when everything ends, I hope a moment is taken to acknowledge the time I spent.
What is that?
If this is sending the wrong message, just ask why I'm making. I think aloud while I'm thinking about life's changes. I'm seeking out something like meditation. If it sounds like madness, turn off that station. Secret laptop music, what a bold statement. Still learning myself through what I've sold as entertainment. And damn it, this helps, but I think I still like a form of payment. I'm solid and grounded like some form of pavement. What you call it, I found it. It was in the basement. I was digging so long, I forgot the placement. But here it is, an understatement. I'm a unique product, bottled in containment. A role model for how to conduct a manic orchestra to your amazement. I could just give out the formula and watch them panic, but I really just want to walk you through it till you can't stand it. I've been all over the place, yeah, just like I planned it. Yeah, how can I put this carefully without acting like I don't care for me? I'm still here though. I took care of me.
Bruh. What the fuck? Bro. Oh man. Like this song is like one of the main reasons why one of the main reasons why I became such a fan of SLM's tracks. Truly. Wow. Flow cold. Definitely a really solid flow. Really fucking solid. Alrighty, chat. Let's break this one down. You guys know the drill, but if you don't, we're gonna talk about three things here. Talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of session 023. Prod Dead Lighters. So huge shout out to Dead Lighters. Another really great duo. When it comes to producers and vocalists. But the instrumental's great because I love this long intro and then it goes right into like the point. I feel like this was one of those tracks where SLM just had something to say, right? And like kind of like, you know, yeah, like had some stuff to like get off their chest, but they had something to like truly say. You know what I mean? And it didn't really matter if there was like a concrete song like format, you know, like hook verse hook or anything like that. This was just like an interesting structure because like I really enjoy this structure, but at the same time it's like it just works so well because I feel like you add so much meaning to it. You know what I mean? Like your meaning is like everything here. Um so like when you have these long instrumental intros, not like long, but you know, a good like 30 seconds or whatever. And it's like, okay, like what's about to pop up here? It's almost like you take the next verse more serious, if you will, if that kind of makes sense, right? You're just kind of like, damn, okay. So yeah, really, really fucking well constructed instrumental. I just love the structure anyway. The mix is great as well. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Definitely a really solid mix when it comes to the instrumental. Um, Melodies are great, but I just love the structure. Um, Drums and mells are great here, but this structure, like I said, is one of my favorites. And I feel like SLM did a really good job kind of utilizing that whole structure here. Really well done. Really well done. So the instrumental, extremely solid. Let's talk vocals. Let me start off by saying the mix is great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Again, vocals sit really nicely on this as well. Yeah, no gripes whatsoever. When it comes to the mix, really solid SLM style mix here for sure. Not too raw, but not too like over engineered or anything like that. It's well done. So with the mix aside, the flow and cadence, much like TDG mentioned, excellent. But when it comes to the bigger shining stars here, the writing is fucking crazy because SLM has this like style of writing where it's not all like punchlines. It's these like subliminals and these kind of like hidden shots and these like this like obscure way of saying things that are like right in front of your face, but it's almost like insane to kind of put all the connections together. And like so many SLM songs are in that fashion. Like so many of them are really in that fucking fashion and it's like damn. Like and this one really nailed it for me. Like really fucking nailed it for me. Especially when it comes to like this producer line, I was like what the fuck? Um you know, SLM really has like this interesting poetic yet like organic rap style. But like I always say, it takes a special kind of artist to do it properly. Because you could try to, you know, emulate or imitate this style, but sometimes you just sound fucking whack doing it if you don't do it in the right way. And I feel like SLM like has their kind of, you know, style down when it comes to creating like this. So all in all, writing just fucking dominated in this track. And then delivery was great too because we kind of had this like monotone yet like nice cadence and flow. You know what I mean? So it makes you take the lyrics and listen a lot more serious, but it's surrounded by this like chill, laid back instrumental. You know what I mean? So really fucking unique. Like those are a lot of great elements. So well fucking done. Um, so instrumental great, vocals great. let's talk theme. Now, I recognize this cover so fucking much. I feel like we've either reacted to a track with this same cover or I'm fucking crazy. I feel like we've seen it before. I'm not sure if I am crazy. But even if we haven't, maybe it's one of those weird like nostalgia feelings where like or like deja vu or something where it's like, oh yeah, maybe I've seen that somewhere. Maybe I am crazy. I don't know, but regardless, this is like a fucking great cover. Like this cover's fucking excellent. Um the color palette is everything here. A really simple cover, right? But it's so beautiful and like the colors chosen are just really out of this world. Really, really out of this world. 10 out of 10 cover for me, for sure. Really well done. It definitely matches the vibe as well, especially like the instrumental vibe itself. Totally matches for sure. So aesthetics on point. Let's talk overall theme. This is kind of like a mysterious theme because SLM is talking about quite a few things throughout this track, but the description says I wrote this an hour before a therapy appointment and finished recording as I had to go. And the track title, Session 023. So it's kind of like ominous, but like slightly mysterious as well. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting. So like you could relate it to to like the description, right? Like you could definitely relate it, but I feel like there's something like for SLM as an artist that this song kind of did. It's one of those songs that you create that you just feel good getting out. You know, regardless of if anybody resonates with it or anything like that. It's one of those tracks where like your writing was like super, just one of those tracks where you got something off your chest, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? Where you're just writing, you know what I mean? Just writing and writing and writing. And, you know, before you know it, you just kind of end up with like a whole bunch of verses. You're like, holy shit. And, you know, you start moving the parts and yada, yada, yada. And it's almost like a bigger theme than like just the song, you know? It's almost like for an overhead theme, you know, session 023. And like the one sentence in the description makes me think that it's like, this is like a bigger theme here. And this is one of those tracks where an artist felt really satisfied getting a track like this written and accomplished. Never mind actually like publishing it and promoting it, but getting something like this really accomplished. And referring back to the description, still planning things for this project, but here's this one. Like, this fucking track is nuts. Like, really, really fucking nuts. So, if this is like any indicator of what the project is going to be like, this is going to be potential project of the year for sure. Um, yeah, man. Wow. Huge shout out to SLM, man. Music Money's Patreon, an extremely, extremely talented motherfucking artist. Make sure you follow SLM on SoundCloud. This is an artist you don't want to miss out on, okay? Go follow SLM, 9 followers away from 50. Great milestone. And of course, make sure you follow SLM on Twitter, literally 7 followers away from 320. Also, a really great milestone. Show SLM some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode, and every episode, all 115 of them, are in the description of the YouTube re-uploads. So if you heard an artist here today on my show, on our show, on the show, go show them some love, okay? You see them on Twitter? Go follow them. I'm sure they'll follow you back. You know what I mean? Go show these motherfuckers some love, man. Check the description. If you're watching on YouTube, go show them some love. And while you're at it, subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. For those of you that have, thank you, thank you, thank you. I see you dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff. And we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. We're about 6 subscribers away from 140. So go show the main channel some love, my friends. So, our last Patreon of the night. Let me double check if it is our last Patreon of the night, though. Just want to make sure we don't miss anybody before we head into our regular submissions. SLM good, Cole good, Blank Thought, yep. SLM, I already said that. Bloodcat, King Mark, yep, okay. Yeah, so our last Patreon of the night is the homie, TDG, aka Till the Grave. Let me know what y'all think of this one. It's madness in some way or another. Let's fucking go. Okay. So up next we have TDG, a really, really interesting alternative hip hop artist. Somebody who really breaks a lot of, standards with hip hop. We've seen a couple different styles from TDG over the last couple of months. So let's see what we got here. Proud and performed by me, featuring Cole Gerard. Mixed and mastered and art by Cole Gerard. This is Mental Madness. I might lose my balance. Let's check this out. Pop this open a new tab of Rooney. Pause that immediately. First impressions on the cover are very interesting. Definitely is. It's definitely like erratic, for sure. For a song that's called Mental Madness, it definitely is like all over the place, like you would assume for a track titled this. Proud and performed by me, featuring Cole Gerard, mix Cole Gerard, art Cole Gerard as well. Okay, I'm really interested in this one. Clocking in at what, 256? Yeah, okay. TDG, Mental Madness, featuring Cole Gerard. Let's go.
Yes, I'm crazy. Life don't faze me, I'm so hazy. They say I really didn't need it lately. Yeah, I'm on one, or maybe two. I'm lost, I have no clue what to do. Deja vu is nothing new. Live on repeat, it's hard to be me. I feel so teeny, not important. Got no fortunes, tomorrow ain't certain. So I live to the max, they say go too fast, 200 on the dash. I go at light speed. You sure you wanna fight me? The odds ain't likely. No one do it like me. Let it be known, there's nowhere I won't go. Fuck what you heard and what you know. What's the word slow? I'm in my zone. Ice in my veins, they froze. I shoot and switch like D-Rose. I'm feeling too close, I don't pose what they say I'm supposed to be. Yeah, I know I got this, God is over me. Hey, yeah, okay. Shoot, I'm missing, I move precision, I do not wishing. Once you still winning, I choose, I'm picking. I start and finish, I miss the image. I didn't listen, only cause me friction and fiction. Hey, put on the party, bring the fun. Cap talk, y'all ain't tough. Yeah, you just my son. You might have did what I already did done. When you turn, I ain't done. If you got it, roll the gun. You don't need it. Your music, you can keep it. I'm catching up, I'm creeping. I'll wake you up, no more sleeping. Yeah, they watch, they peeking. Pray on my downfall, but I'm always peeking. You talk about me, but you sneaking. Oh, so speak up. I know you see us. Sadly, you can't be us. Always ready, you can't sneak up. Don't drag your steps, keep your feet up. Do not mess it. I move precision. I do not mess it. Yeah. What's new? Yeah, I'm still winning. Shoes I'm picking.
Bitch. Let's go. What the fuck? So this was quite the collab here. Man. So we have a lot to discuss here. We have a whole lot to discuss. What an interesting fucking song. Holy shit. So This instrumental, man. I have a lot to say actually. This might be one of the top TDG tracks we've ever reacted to here on the show. So let's break this down. For those of you that don't know, we're talking about three things. We're talking about the instrumental. We're talking about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Mental Madness. So, let's talk instrumental because I've we've heard like a fair amount of EDG instrumentals, right? And this one might take the cake for top three. I remember a couple that were up there, but this one definitely takes the cake for top three. The melody is absolutely fucking crazy here. Really almost sounds like some super alternative shit, but like it keeps like a lot of the core hip hop trap elements. So I like the genre blend here a lot. It's like slightly deep fried, but it's like it's still gritty. It's still got the bounce. But the melody is fucking everything here. And even with a melody like this, like as crazy as this melody is, all these drums are really well mixed. Everything's cutting through really nicely, and of course you have Cole on the overall mix here, so it's like, let's go. But as far as just the instrumental goes itself, everything cuts through really nicely. Nothing's clashing too overbearing. Instrumental's really solid, and I think this is one of TDG's top instrumentals that we've gotten the chance to react to. Out of everything that we've heard, this is absolutely one of the top ones for sure. Even down to structure, to be honest with you, but I feel like melody was everything here. A really good choice in sound selection, 100%. It like it pushes that like alternative experimental boundary a little bit, but like it's one of those things where it keeps a lot of the core good elements of what makes other sound styles awesome, right? So like the drum choices, for example, the fact that they cut through nicely, you know what I mean? So it stays hard hitting, but it is pushing that like experimental alternative line, Makes a lot of shit. TDG's beats are clean, easy to get loud and slap. Yeah, see, that's what I like to hear, you know what I mean? Because like sometimes I could be like a total like bitch, much like Cole said in chat. TDG beats are clean and easy to get loud. So like, that's like such a good sign. And when you want to talk about just an instrumental, this one I feel like hit all the boxes that you'd want to hit. 100%. So when you're talking about the mix and the overall instrumental, A1. Absolutely A1 for sure. Shining Star is definitely the melody though. The drums were everything here, but the melody was super like, and like it was like very catchy as well. So melody just kind of stuck with me for sure. Stuck with me. But let's talk vocals. So, TDG fucking pretty much ate this instrumental alive. And I do feel like Cole brought a lot of really good elements to this, but speaking strictly on TDG, wow. So, verses were great here on this track. 100% great. But the thing that sold me when it comes to TDG's vocals on this was the hook. Like I said, the verses were great, very well written, and definitely like supported like the overall theme of this track. But the hook was like, okay, like the hook was where it caught my eye, and I was like, holy shit, TDG's like almost leveling up. You know what I mean? Because this is like 4 days ago, so we've heard a few different styles from TDG, but this is one where the level up was extremely noticeable. This was extremely, extremely noticeable, all the way down to the self-prod instrumental and the hook. You know what I mean? We're two things here that were like noticeably picking up a notch, and I was like, damn. So this is really well fucking done, for sure. So when it comes to vocals, hook was everything. And I feel like Cole was a really cool feature on this, especially to like kind of stick at the end, and Cole just kind of came in and really was a really good supporting artist, but made an impact. You know what I mean? Like totally made an impact and was totally worth it for a feature. Like I feel like Cole was a really great um ending act on this kind of instrumental for sure. And especially the way that Cole kind of approached the vocals on this. I almost like the mix a lot too, you know what I mean? Like Cole's vocals are really well done. Same thing with TDG's, but again, Cole's kind of involved with the whole engineering process on this. So I'm kind of not too shocked that everything sounds really tight. You know, not really a surprise. That's something we've gotten used to over the last few months with anything from Cole. You know, the mix is bound to be pretty well rounded and really solid. You know what I mean? So, do we expect it? No, but is it a surprise? No, because we're used to Cole having those really tight mixes for sure. So, vocals are excellent. Hook was great. Cole, I think, was a really good feature, especially when it comes to that mix. Um, let's talk theme. So, um, track title is Mental Madness, right? And this is definitely one of those covers where it's not too deep fried, where it doesn't complement the track, but I feel like this one complements the track like wholeheartedly. Um, Absolutely like brings that like erratic kind of deep fried like aspect of the song, but keeps it solid with the track title and the parental advisory. And like you can make out like how this cover came about. You know what I mean? Like you can totally like make out how this worked. So I feel like this was a solid cover. So Cole did a really solid job with this. It wasn't too crazy, you know what I mean? Because you could go overboard with covers like that, you know. But I think this one in particular was really well done. Um, so aesthetics on point. Overall theme. You know, Mental Madness. TDG X King Mark when? It's a good question. Good question. Um, Mental Madness as an overall theme, right, and as an overall kind of concept. I think TDG and a little bit of Cole at the end touched on this really well. Um, you know, I think back to the description. Yeah. It's me versus me and you versus you. Like mental madness, right? You know, the phrase mental madness is totally expanded on in this theme, like without a doubt. Um it's expanded upon just because it's like so many things are touched on, but it's summed up in the description as well. Me versus me and you versus you. Kind of like that battle within yourself of yourself, right? Because like of course you're gonna have enemies in this world, right? But there's never gonna be a fucking enemy like yourself. I'll promise you that. That is facts. So despite anything, you know, even just a phrase like that, you know, and even throwing that line in the description, it kind of gave you a direction on where this song was going and kind of what to listen for. And I don't feel like it went overboard. I feel like there was a couple punchlines in here where TDG kind of touched on a couple of mental aspects of things, and you know, there's a couple of ways you could go about really writing and like you know expanding on a topic like this. So I feel like they both did a really good job giving their versions of a track. You know, that's almost like it's not experimental erratic, but it's erratic in the aspect that it's like touching on um certain things throughout the whole track, right? So Mental Madness was like the ultimate cherry on top of a track like this. Because TDG definitely wrote his fucking ass off, but the hook was everything here. And then Cole kind of added on at the end and really did a good job when it comes to you know, really wrapping up this kind of track. And I really feel like it pushed alternative hip hop more than anything. Because, like, this is one of those songs where, like I said, like, it wasn't super experimental, but it had those small elements of alternative, of, some real experimental vibes. And I would like to see this expanded upon more, but you don't have to push the experimental ceiling. You can still kind of do just more experimental shit. You know what I mean? And do the things that you still like. This is one of those, like, in-betweener tracks where you could tell that TDG and Cole as well are just leveling up, So this is one that's really well done, and I'd like to see TDG and Cole expand upon this 100%. So with that said, huge shout out to TDG. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much, 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 much love. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on SoundCloud. Literally 5 followers away from 980. Go show TDG some love, my friends. And of course, make sure you follow TDG on Twitter. TDG is literally 4 away from 160. So go show TDG some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. Let's fucking get it, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 140 sub-earnings on the main channel. So go show the main channel and these artists some love. And if you already have, dropping likes, dropping comments, all that good stuff, you check out our uploads, you check out the Feature Fridays, the full podcast, the segments, all that. We appreciate you and we love you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. We are about 2 hours into the show. So what we are going to do, and we actually just wrapped up all of our Patreon submissions, so now we're going to go into the rest of our submissions from the rest of the Music Mondays community. So we're going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to need all you guys to get up, go stretch, go get a drink, go maybe smoke a cig, go do whatever you got to do. And we'll be right back, and we're going to hop right back into submissions on Music Mondays episode 115. Let's fucking go. We'll be right back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live with the Music Mondays podcast, episode 115. I'm your host, Zom Slays. I hope you had a great commercial break. I hope you're well. I hope you're chilling. Let's get right back into this shit. So, we left off with all of our Patreons. Again, huge shout out to all of our Patreons that submitted tonight. King Mark, Bloodcat, Blake Thought, TDG, SLM, and Cole Gerard. Now, we're going to hop right into the rest of the community submissions. So, up first, back at the top, we have our homie Bishop. It's been a while since we've heard from Bishop. You know, a wonderful, wonderful experimental hip-hop artist. But last week they submitted a Apple Music link, which of course we couldn't click on stream. So this week they resubmitted with a SoundCloud link, which is like, let's go. Okay. Caption resubmitting. LOL got the right link this time. Huge shout out to Bishop. Thank you so much for resubmitting, my friend. Let's go. So 8 months ago, so not relatively old, but definitely not brand new. Okay. So let's take a look here. Let's see what we got. Bishop Osai, Reflection 5. Let's get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Now let me take you way back to 1-9 when rapping was the only thing that was on my mind. Eat shit, sleep, bars, repeat, and calling me when often leave these bitches talking to the beat. Your call has been forwarded. No time for that, it's for another beat. So shit, can I kick it? Can I roll a leaf? Have a seat, and I suppose we never got the chance to meet, but my name is Bishop, and I be chasing them Benjamins, cause ever since a youngin' that money was motivation. But fuck whoever thought to make our security paper. That's the life we live, I ain't got no choice but to chase it. Mama made a hustle, no she ain't raised no angels. I'm pushing out these records until my name is a staple. Till I'm moving city to city and when the bay goes. And I've been sitting low, I've been watching and waiting patient. Tried to give them time, but I watched them niggas wasted shit. Cause I was gone for a minute, now I'm back in this bitch. I said I'm back in this bitch. I was gone for a minute, now I'm back in this bitch. I said I'm back. Look, said I was gone for a minute, now I'm back in this bitch. One hand on my blunt, one hand on my dick. Been around the world and stuck inside the crib, and the only thing I gotta say is this, my nigga. I done seen a lot of shit, and I think the truth is ain't a place too far, ain't a dream too big. I was down last year, now I'm back up again, and I swear I'm never going back. Look, said I done seen a lot of shit, and I think the truth is ain't a place too far, ain't a dream too big. I was down last year, now I'm back up again, and I swear I'm never going back. Now I've been gone since like July, and niggas acting like I died, but I've been fine. I've been taking shit one day at a time, trying to polarize all my lows to highs. I had this pressure within me to grow from boy to a guy. At least that's just what I was feeling inside. I contemplated busting shots with my trusty to 9, cause I still my 22 felt more like 45. But I guess that's why they tell me I'm ahead of my time. I guess that's why they on my ass about the shit I ain't dropped yet. I broke every clock that I saw in my mind. Fell in love with the game, I fell in love with the process. New Reeboks, few trees copped, and I just got it from the mailman. Bitch, I'm stocked, and these days I could probably smoke them 2 at a time. I bet you she know where to find me if she try and catch the vibe. Let it ride, hey.
Damn. Yeah, that was fucking crazy. Flow hard, I agree. I completely agree. That flow was fucking crazy. All right, so you guys know the drill. Let's break this down. We're talking about 3 things here. We'll talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Reflection 5. Man, oh man, oh man. So let's talk instrumental here. Instrumental was great. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Mix was very solid, very well rounded. Melody was a great foundation, but I think it's impossible to talk about this instrumental without mentioning how good the drums are. The drums add a lot of bounce, a lot of rhythm, and the sound selection behind the drums themselves are really solid. So this producer did a really good job. Usually that's like a producer like rule of thumb is like if your melodies are kind of chill, then you can go crazy on the drums, or if your melodies are complex, you want your drums to kind of be a little bit more laid back than they normally would be, so your melodies kind of have room to shine. Um, this was the former. This one kind of had a lot of interesting drums that kept this really bouncy, and I think this producer did a really good job with that, for sure. So the instrumental solid. Drums are shining star, 100%. Let's talk vocals though. Yeah, vocals. Now Bishop is quite um the type of artist that sounds so well seasoned, right? Like somebody who's been working at their craft for years, and I'm not talking like 5. Like somebody who's been at it for quite a while, right? Obviously not taking it serious for a long time, but this is definitely somebody who's not unfamiliar with, creating, and even more deeper than that, like real rap. Like Bishop is definitely somebody who's accustomed to um writing like extremely well constructed verses. And this track certainly shows it. Like certainly fucking shows it. And everything too, much like Mark mentioned, flow, cadence, but deeper than that, the song is called Reflection 5, and throughout the whole fucking track, it's extreme detail about the past, the present, the future, you know, even like what Bishop's views are on certain things. Like, this track is really fucking, it's pretty deep rooted. I'm not gonna lie, like, even down to the theme, I feel like a lot of things got touched on here, and it didn't even hit fucking 3 minutes. This shit actually clocks in at 2:54. So it's like, holy shit. 3 verses under 3 minutes, and the writing was just excellent. Like, really, really fucking excellent. Like, the definition of writing about nostalgia and, the things of your past and, you know, that whole kind of section of life, if you will. And, yeah, I think Bishop did a really good job with that. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, One thing I did like about this a lot though is the structure. The overall structure. It was definitely basic, but the way that everything kind of lined up and the way that each verse is placed specifically, like I felt like each verse kept getting more intense and more detailed and more kind of meaningful to the overall track title and theme that was going on here. So I feel like the song structure overall was really well done as well. This is like the definition of like modern raw hip hop. You know what I mean? Like the true definition of some like underground 2023 hip hop from an independent artist. You know what I mean? Down to the mix, down to the presentation, the delivery. Everything was stellar on this for sure when it comes to vocals, 100%. Structure is definitely one of my favorites though. Totally shining star for me. I feel like this song flowed really effortlessly. And of course, due in part to Bishop, but all in all, the track itself was really well done. Definitely. Let's talk theme though. Of course, this was some kind of a collective slash brand project because the description, SBNF episode 1. Um, so some kind of interesting collaboration going on there. So with that said, the cover itself is excellent, simple, effective, easy, attractive to the eye. Um, Minimalist, but gets the job done. You know what I mean? Slap that parental advisor on there. You're good to go. Fuck it. So well done on the cover for sure. Let's talk overall theme though. Um, throughout the whole track, you hear Bishop touch on a whole lot of things. When it comes to their past life, nostalgia, early life, very much a reflection kind of track, but it was the second verse where Bishop kind of goes into detail on how Bishop can give you like life tips and like what Bishop has been through, and like this is one of those tracks that like has a perfect mix of like positive and not necessarily negative, but like reality. And I think there's a good mix of that. You know what I mean? Like Bishop doesn't pull any punches, but doesn't make this a very like negative kind of track. You know, which is kind of hard to do. But all in all, it's a very like keep your head up, but you know, don't forget the past kind of track. And I think that's really fucking hard, for sure. And it's really well done. You know what I mean? Like perfectly executed, down to a T, for sure. So with that said, huge shout out to Bishop Osai. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, 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 much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Bishop on SoundCloud. Bishop is literally 3 follows away from 210. And of course, make sure you follow Bishop on Twitter. Bishop's literally 10 followers away from 430. So make sure you go show a Bishop some love on Twitter. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 140 subscribers on the main channel, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. And if you already have been showing love to the channel, dropping likes, dropping comments, even just viewing our videos, we appreciate you and we see you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate it. So, let's continue on. Up next, we got the homie Lil Wet Wet, aka Patterns. You know, Wet Wet was an artist that I got the chance to sit down with a couple of weeks ago. We had a really, really good conversation about a whole wide variety of topics. So if you're interested in more Wet Wet details, definitely go check out our text interview on allmusicmondays.com. But outside of that, Wet Wet is definitely another artist that never ceases to amaze me with not only what they're submitting to the show, but what they're putting out consistently. Everything from videos to any type of content, to be honest with you. Wet Wet is definitely one to keep your eyes on in 2023. So I'm definitely excited to get into this one. Wet Wet submitted a track titled Holy Text with Homecoming Queen. Let's pop this open in a new Tabaroonie and check this bitch out. So this, I believe, is from Wet Wet's latest project. Yes, actually track 3. So we've reacted to I think like 2 or 3 from this recent project. So I'm definitely excited to be able to get into this. Yeah, lyrics are definitely about to be crazy. Okay, well, let's go. Lil Wet Wet, Holy Text with Homecoming Queen. Let's go.
Always I need. Too strong to give in to the beast. I lost a little longer, cocaine on the key. I took a chance to let you in and found the following dreams. Gloss up, don't forget where you came from. Stay strong, don't give in to the pay cuts. Don't listen when they give you that fake love. Be forgiving, but don't put it in makeup. I wrote a letter in the mirror with makeup. You gave me tears, disappeared, and I gave up. It's so hard, but I don't wanna break up. Many tears, don't remember the main cut.
Fuck, man. 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks in a fucking row. Okay. All right. I'm not even. We just need to break this down. We just need to break this down. You guys know the drill. We're gonna talk about three things here. Talk about the instrumental. Talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Holy Text. Wow. So, a Homecoming Queen is one hell of a producer. Like, you know, the more tracks we get the chance to fully embrace and like finally sit down and actually listen to from this project, Homecoming Queen is a crucial part of um this like insanely unique yet refreshing and like perfected sound that Wet Wet has truly started to master. And I really feel like Homecoming Queen is like such a crucial aspect of that. Um, but again, kind of coming in with a really um well done instrumental. Everything from mix to sound selection to structure is stellar on this. The kind of prolonged intros, which are really nice, and then kind of like slowly building up and then drop, and then down to like the sound selection of each, because they're not exactly all, it's not all pop kind of sounds. Like you have these hard hitting drums that are still super prominent in here, but it's surrounded by a couple of sounds and mells that are like a bit on the lighter side. And I've always loved that combination, so I'm probably a bit biased, but at the same time, like I haven't seen a lot of people do it like this well in a long time, right? It's been a long fucking time. Um, you know, many of you know that I've always been a fan of that West Coast kind of Washington, Oregon, even kind of Cali, alternative sound. And it takes a certain type of artist, pair of artists to actually do this kind of shit right. And it's been a while since I've seen Wet Wet and Homecoming Queen come together and really, them as a duo really capture that sound again. Like it's really something insane. So the instrumental is fucking great though. Like I just had to go off on that tangent. Like the instrumental itself though is excellent. Like I said, sound selection's on point, mix great, nothing clashing to overbearing. The structure is definitely the shining star here though. I like the prolonged intro. I like how all of that kind of slowly built up, kind of like the roller coaster effect when it comes to producing. So Homecoming definitely did a really good job on this, for sure. Instrumental's great. Let's talk vocals though. Vocals are great here. You know, Wet Wet has such a unique vocal sound, and it's not like crazy experimental, but it's really like kind of like Wet Wet's own section, much like a couple of other artists kind of have their own like style of doing vocals. Wet Wet does as well, and that even includes the mix, which of course, by the way, nothing clashing to overbearing. Um, Everything sits real nicely on this instrumental, and everything cuts through really nicely. I definitely feel like this is like a really well-rounded mix, to be honest. Um, but that's to be expected, though. To be honest with you, especially at this point, like everything that we've heard from Wet Wet and Homecoming Queen has been really well-rounded when it comes to mixing. So not really a shocker there, but definitely well done nonetheless. Um, Couple of things I love about this though that are probably the shining stars. I love the structure again when you consider the instrumental and the vocals, but I'd have to say even above that though, the delivery is like, damn. The delivery throughout, everything that we've heard from this project on the show, the delivery has been really fucking solid. It's like confident but not like fake. It's not like overbearing where it's like you're doing too much. I feel like it's at like the right kind of style. It really is. Especially for what Wet Wet is like presenting all of this like. I feel like it's like it couldn't be any more perfect. Um so really the delivery is a big thing here for me. But besides that, like I said, structure is another really good one. So I'm really leaning towards both. But yeah, vocals are excellent. Let's talk theme. So, now the majority of the tracks on this project have different covers, right? And then the project itself kind of has one definitive cover. So, with this particular cover, I really like this one just because it's like simple and minimalistic, but it like touches on like all the good aspects of this track, the makeup aspect, the whole kind of like almost like slightly alone kind of feeling you get from looking at a picture like this. It definitely like fits this track in particular perfect. You know what I mean? Perfect. So it's a really good choice. And of course, I always like the IRL kind of choices as well. Those are always nice. Um, but the overall theme, right? Holy text is kind of interesting, right? Because holy text is probably um just a metaphor for these kind of like um they're almost like commandments or rules or kind of like um just kind of like oaths for not only Wet Wet but just this whole gloss universe created by Wet Wet. So I feel like this is like has like a deeper meaning than a lot of the tracks that we've heard on the show. And I feel like it has like enough lore behind it too, as to where like when you see a track titled Holy Text, you're like, what the fuck? And then you kind of like deep dive into the lyrics and you're like, so this is like almost like a motivational kind of like hidden meaning kind of track. One of those tracks where like the artist kind of comes up with a metaphor for a lot of the things that they have going on in their life, or even just metaphors for other things in the real world. You know what I mean? So I feel like Holy Text is a simple kind of like iceberg thing where like it's simple here, but like underneath it all there's like a whole slew of lore and meaning and almost like subliminal stuff that only Wet Wet and Wet Wet surrounding individuals will be able to like fully deep dive in. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a 50-50 track where it's like there's enough lyrical substance here where you understand the story, and then to like dive even deeper to it, you can tell that there's like some subliminal kind of meaning to a couple of these punchlines, phrases, things like that. So theme was really on point. Like it totally like makes you wonder, you know what I mean? And that's what happens when you do stuff like naturally and like in the way that you like want to just do it, right? Like this is why it works out best if you just be yourself and you just kind of do what you love and like do it to the best of your ability, because you come up with shit like this as to where it's like it's completely one of one, like you're doing your own, you know what I mean? Like this is like completely individualistic and it's awesome. It's fucking awesome. So with that said, huge shout out to Lil Wet Wet. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Lil Wet Wet on SoundCloud. Lil Wet Wet is approaching 590, about 9 away on SoundCloud. And of course, make sure you follow Patterns on Twitter. Literally 1 away from 330 or 11 from 340. Go show Lil Wet Wet some love on Twitter, my friends. Definitely go show them some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode, and every motherfucking episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 140 sub-earnings on the main channel. It would be great if you could help us push to 140. And if you already have been showing love, thank you, thank you, thank you. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, and a whole lot of wonderful content is available on the channel right now. Let's fucking get it, chat. Always a pleasure to listen to some Lil Wet Wet. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Let's fucking get it, baby. Thank you, Offspring, for clipping that, because if we keep getting enough clips, we'll be able to make a reaction montage or something. But let's fucking get it, baby. How you doing, chat? I hope you're all well. Let's go. We are well underway into our community submissions. So, up next, we have a first-time submitting artist, actually. Myla Vi Music, singer-songwriter, 1993, UK-based. Okay. This is my latest song, NPD. Okay. Let's get into it. First time submitting artist, Myla V, NPD. Obviously, we're going to go in blind. We have no background. Let's get into it. I'm excited.
It feels dangerous, a little bit tame for us if you ask me. Don't do it nicely. That's not how you present yourself, flashing all your fortune and wealth. Is there a soul in there? Seems a little bit empty. Is self-control in there? Is this happening? Dignified, I walk away with my head held high. Petrified is how you'd like to keep me. Dignified, I'll scream at the top of my lungs till you're terrified. Now you know the feeling. Show me what's really beyond those eyes. I know that there is a plan, but who is really the prize? And who pays the price? Is there a heart in there? Seems ever so cold. Is there violence in your hands? Is this happening? Dignified, I walk away with my head held high. Petrified is how you'd like to keep me. Dignified, I'll scream at the top of my lungs till you're terrified. Now you know the feeling. Can you feel it burning inside? Can you feel it burning inside? Dignified, I walk away with my head held high. Petrified is how you'd like to keep me. Dignified, I'll scream at the top of my lungs till you're terrified. Now you know the feeling.
that was pretty fucking crazy. That was really, really crazy. Wow. So, first time submitting artist, Myla V, and man, wow. Okay. So, much to discuss here. Quite the trip, to be honest with you. Offspring said this sounds old school. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like a modern take on some like interesting like underground alternative pop shit for sure. This is totally like very interesting, to be honest with you. Let's break this one down. So we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of NPD. Um, Man. So let's talk instrumental. Definitely a very wide and emotional instrumental. Has a lot to it. Um, Melodies were great. Drums were great. The sound selection was great. But the thing that trumped it all for me and totally just like took over and just kind of, was number one for me was the structure. It was enough variety in this instrumental structure to like, you know, keep it fresh, but it didn't go too erratic, which I liked. It kind of stayed on course, but there was a lot of like, little things that made this instrumental very unique. Especially some of the breakdowns, and it was very much like one of those instrumentals that just has a very interesting pace, but is it too crazy? You know what I mean? So I really like this one. Definitely a solid choice, but structure is definitely the shining star for me when it comes to the instrumental. Um, let's talk vocals though, because the vocals were like holy shit. Mix is great. Well, let's just start there. Mix is great. Nothing classic, overbearing. Voice sounds fucking wonderful. Um, Totally a very like raw approach, but it's very crisp, very well mixed, and really well rounded for an instrumental like this. So the vocals were stellar. Um, Writing was really on point too. Very much a story kind of like almost slight emotional ballad, and the delivery was like very passionate. Like delivery might even be the shining star here, to be honest with you. Like I feel like delivery was like, what the fuck? Um, yeah, delivery was very special here, for sure. Writing on point though, definitely, like I said. Um, you know, Shining Star might also be structured though, just because the instrumental was structured in such a certain way, and the vocals really almost just capitalized off of it. To be honest with you, like the vocals really like, um, kind of really were like elevated from this instrumental, and Mila kind of just took that and ran with it. So structure here was everything with the vocals. Again, kind of was like a nice build up, and then it kept you on course and it kept you engaged. Like 100% kept you engaged. Um yeah, clocking in at 321, I definitely think structure was a really strong part here. Again, second though, close second, probably the writing. Writing was really solid here. Delivery was very nice. Um all in all, really well done, to be honest with you. Great instrumental choice. Great, 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 great vocals. Vocals are everything here. Beautiful voice. Let's talk theme though. Theme is very interesting. So aesthetics are on point. I definitely feel like if you're gonna go with like a simple cover, you have to make it like HD as possible. So like it could be anything as like a super simple cover, and this one nailed it for me, especially with like the brain scan kind of like top POV, and then you kind of have like the smaller credits like around it, and then that's it. You know what I mean? Like that's completely it. So minimalistic, but totally hit the spot. Um, NPD is kind of like definitely a subliminal for um, you know, um something that Mila, wanted to wrap songwriting around, but stayed kind of vague and, kept it palatable and like really consumable for any first time listeners. So I do feel like this hits like all the check boxes of an artist being able to express themselves and get like certain thoughts and, feelings off their chest, but at the same time, you're able to present it to an audience in a palatable and easier way for any type of listener, whether they're a returning listener, they're a first-time listener, things like that. So, the presentation and the delivery of this, all in all, is really well done. Because again, it's kind of like one of those themes where you have an artist kind of like have this subliminal meaning for what they want a song to either mean to them or mean to the world, and they're kind of like also getting some personal thoughts and feelings off of their chest as well. So I feel like it's like a win-win, you know what I mean? Like, it's a really cool balance. So I like that about this a lot, it's really well done, really well done. So with that said, huge shout out to Mila. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, 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 much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Mila V on Spotify, and of course, make sure you follow Mila on Twitter. They are literally 11 from 960, so make sure you go show them some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We're approaching 140 subaroonies on the main channel, so it would be wonderful if you guys could help us push that. We upload 2 times a week, full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good stuff is available on the channel. So make sure you go check out the channel and go show these artists some love. And like I said, if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friends. Wow, that was quite the submission. That was quite the submission, for sure. So, let's get into it. Up next, we have another first-time submitting artist, Signal In. Debut album Hollow World out now. Thank you for listening. Signal In. Okay. Interesting. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this song, Polished Gray. So first-time submitting artist, we're going to go in blind. We don't know anything, and we don't have any background knowledge. So, this came out in 2022, not brand new, but definitely not old whatsoever. First-time submitting artist, Signal In, Polished Gray. Let's go. What the fuck?
How
Holy fuck. Um. Okay. Holy shit. Wow. All right. Let's break this down. So, we're going to talk about three things here. We're going to talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Polished Gray. Man, oh man, oh man. So, first time submitting artist, Signal In. Let's talk instrumental. Instrumental was great, especially the intro. But first, the mix was really solid when it comes to the instrumental. Nothing clashing to overbearing, especially with the other kind of switch up halfway through. I feel like the instrumental mix was solid, definitely. But the structure was everything though. Like everything leading up to the switch up was perfect. Whoever produced this, whether it was Signal or another producer, whoever did this did a really good job. Simple but like super fucking effective. Super fucking effective. Especially when it comes to instrumentals, right? If you want to do some simple shit, that's fine. You just gotta structure it in a way where it's doing the most. You know what I mean? And this one did the most. So instrumentally, this is great. Great. Absolutely. Structures everything though. Definitely a shining star. Let's talk vocals. Vocals. Man, oh man, oh man. So, vocals were very interesting. The mix is kind of interesting because it's on the more kind of like softer end of things, and that could be a creative decision, or that could be just like something that like, you know, that was just like fully intended, and that's just how this one particular song sounds. You know what I mean? So I'd like to hear more of Signal In to get a full kind of scope of that. But the vocal mix is fine. It fits well, and it kind of makes it on the more emotional side. So that's what I do like about this mix. Again, structure's great, especially the build up all the way till the instrumental switch. Really well done. I would even say structure for the vocals, to be honest with you, because even when they switch up in this later half, you know, about like 2 minutes in, this is like such an overall simple song, but it's so well structured and it's so well placed that it came out insane. You know what I mean? Like it came out well worth it. Clocking in at like 250. So it kind of has this strong build up for this crazy switch that I personally wasn't expecting. I'm not gonna lie. I could have went this whole song um with, you know, the style of the first half, right? With the kind of more acoustic, chiller side, and I wouldn't have blinked an eye. To be honest with you, I probably would have had mostly the same thoughts. But the switch up is what impressed me so much with the structure. So I was like, holy fuck. You know what I mean? I was like, damn, that is like, that's everything. So structure was great here on the vocals too. So I really enjoyed that. Um, let's talk aesthetics though, and overall theme. But aesthetics first. This cover, definitely a Zom style cover, definitely a cover that I would not only use, but like it's just like aesthetically pleasing. Like I can kind of see the theme here too. Um a lot of Signal's covers are among this kind of foliage nature aesthetic, and I really like that a lot, especially for a track like this. Emotional, hits home, nostalgic. uh really works. I like it a lot. And simple too, right? Like it's just nice to look at. um but let's talk overall theme. Polished gray is kind of interesting. Possibly a subliminal for something that Signal kind of wanted to address, right? And then just kind of wrapped up the lyrics, you know, with a bit more subliminals and kind of, um, you know, an interesting kind of theme that's like meaningful to Signal. And then like if you enjoy it yourself as well, the more the merrier. You know what I mean? Definitely an artist that wanted to get some thoughts out here, and I'm all for it. To be honest with you, I definitely feel like this is one where you could listen to multiple times and you'd find new lyrics and new kind of ways to break this track down. So the overall kind of like slightly subliminal theme here, but also kind of making it like really palatable for any first time listener, or just kind of like approaching this sound where even if you don't fully resonate with it, you appreciate the sound. I think that's a great approach. So with that said, huge shout out to Signal In. Thank you so much for the first time submission, homie. Much, much, much love. Make sure you follow Signal on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow Signal In on Twitter. They are literally 5 followers away from 30 followers, man. Go show Signal some love, damn it. Shit. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 140 Subaroonies on the main channel. So make sure you go show these artists in the main channel some love. And of course, if you already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friends. We appreciate it. So let's continue on with our community submissions. Let's see. So up next, we have the homie Laveries. And Laveries actually dropped a song on their 18th birthday. Featuring Austin Skinner. So that's quite the name in the underground for sure. And Laveries has this really great alternative trap hip hop style mixed with a couple other things, but Laveries has definitely been killing it lately when it comes to submissions. So I'm definitely excited to see you know, what we have this week, but on top of it, I'm excited to really break this one down. Just because it's not every day we get to break down some Austin Skinner. So, we have YouTube, we got Spotify, SoundCloud, shit, let's just go with YouTube because it's first. Wait. Okay, cool. Wonderful description here. All streaming plats, love that. Get your yup. Discontinued. Follow Laveries, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Spotify, Apple Music, yup. Some lyrics in description too. Okay. Let's fucking go. Alright, bet. Let's get into it. Laveries Attached featuring Austin Skinner. Let's go.
I'ma stay on your mind, I'll make sure that you won't ever forget me, I'll make sure that you won't find love again, I'll make sure that you gon' need me like a drug, I'll make you attached. I'ma stay on your mind, I'll make sure that you won't ever forget me, I'll make sure that you won't find love again, I'll make sure that you gon' need me like a drug, I'll make you attached. You gon' need me at like 5 in the morning. You gon' need me when you feeling kinda horny. Ayy, we got that back and forth shit, that kinda toxic love shit, but we don't really want this shit, nah. All my exes, I'm they bestest, they addicted, I'm their preference. If I give a bitch a chance and she gon' suck me till I'm finished, she gon' tell me I'm a hoe, she gon' try and let me go, but she still got those pictures of us saved in her camera roll. She like to keep the memories, I'll tell that bitch to up and leave, cause she ain't doing nothing for me. Pop out new bitch by the weekend, she gon' take all of my semen, got her saved in my phone as the peach with the demon. She gon' put that pussy on me, made me think about my ex. I could hit it once again, I just gotta send a text. She like,
babe, what you doing?
I'm just chillin' in my bed, told her she been in my head, then we made love again. I'ma stay on your mind, I'll make sure that you won't ever forget me, I'll make sure that you won't find love again, I'll make sure that you gon' need me like a drug, I'll make you attached. I'ma stay on your mind, I'll make sure that you won't ever forget me, I'll make sure that you won't find love again, I'll make sure that you gon' need me like a drug, I'll make you attached.
I gon' finish all these pills, man, I make sure of that. I walk out the store, I make sure I spend 100 racks. They been crying about his bitch, but she can't get it back. If I heard he talk again, then we gon' double back. Yeah, got a exotic coming in right by the pad. Every time I leave the crib, I can't forget my strap. I've been popping all these pills, man, there's no going back. I hope that they kill me, cause my life is going big. I be booted, I be sipping on that perk. I to the curb. And I got that chopper finna burn.
I'ma stay on your mind, I'll make sure that you won't ever forget me, I'll make sure that you won't find love again, I'll make sure that you won't need me like a drug, I'll make you attached. I'ma stay on your mind, I'll make sure that you won't ever forget me, I'll make sure that you won't find love again, I'll make sure that
Like a drug, I'll make you attached.
So this was like really solid. Really, really fucking solid. Like everything down to this like instrumental in this collab is like really well done. Like really, really fucking well done. So I like this one a lot, man. And again, Austin is definitely a mutual from back in the day, especially, you know, 2018, 2019. You know, quite the talented artist. So let's talk about it. So we're gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental, we'll talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Attached. So instrumental, definitely some slight like alternative trap, a little bit of plug style, like kind of like teetering in that area. But melody was everything here. Melody was everything here for sure. Emotional, but like kind of confident and like kept it hard hitting. Laveri sounds really good on these kinds of melodies anyway. So it's kind of no surprise that this was a choice for sure. The melody is everything here. Mix is great, nothing clashing, too overbearing. I like the drum selection as well. The drum selection was perfect. Minimal drums as well because the melody was so powerful. So again, you kind of see it here as to where drums were kind of laid back, and the melody really, really took place here. So I like the instrumental choice a lot. This producer definitely did a good job. Let's talk vocals. Laveri's really set the stage for Austin. I mean, you know, Austin's kind of writing was probably so easy once this verse was kind of laid down. Laveri's kind of really, really did the signature style as to where like have this like really, it's like a hard hitting but like emotional kind of hook. It's not like emotional sad, it's just like personal. And I think hook really dominates all here for sure. I like Laveri's verses definitely, but the hook was something that like carried this track a lot. And then it carries us all the way to Austin, and then Austin kind of spits a really solid verse that complements what Laveri's was really going for on this track. And what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, what more could you want from a feature, especially, you know, somebody like Austin? So it's like, how? You know what I mean? Like how could you ever like not think that this was like really well done, to be honest? Because like that's the one like rule of thumb for a feature is no matter who you're collabing with, you know, as long as they're like adding to the song and like what your original vision is. And of course in Attached, Laveri's obviously has a very obvious vision here, and Austin definitely complimented it. You know what I mean? Like Austin didn't come on here, you know, not spitting relevant kind of bars. Like this was perfect. This is a great duo for this particular track anyway, you know? So I feel like Austin definitely did a good job adding to this for sure. 100%. So yeah, vocals were stellar. Hook was everything here. I definitely think Austin killed it. And then the outro was really well done for sure. Let's talk theme. So theme is kind of interesting. Let's start with aesthetics, right? Because it's like a relatively simple cover, but it has this kind of like demon within, you know, some kind of like halo, but like horns and a cross in the middle. So like it's kind of like one of those like good and the bad, bad with the good, but like, you know, it's one of those, I guess, kind of like it's definitely like a more subliminal cover again too. You know what I mean? It's a very subliminal cover. It's very much like a Reaper, slightly like ominous kind of cover. You know, especially for a track titled Attached, it's like, okay. You know what I mean? So like this totally like hit the nail on the head. 100%. Let's talk overall theme. So Attached, I mean, relatively obvious theme here. Definitely a slightly personal theme, but one of those themes that like isn't about it's like personal, but it's not the emotional kind of personal. You're kind of like getting some things off your chest, but like not in like an emotional kind of uncontrollable way. It was definitely more of like like confident, but like kind of cocky, but not really. It like rides that fine line, to be honest with you, of like confidence and cockiness. But the delivery kind of like wraps it up, and it like really seals the deal on like having this be like a kind of personal track, but you're not delivering it in an emotional way. And that's very like, you know, it's kind of an interesting style, you know what I mean? Like it can be hard to capture that if you don't already capture it naturally. And we've already heard plenty from Laveries over the last couple of weeks that's very much Laveries' style. So it's probably very easy to like capture this kind of like emotional kind of personal feeling. So Attached definitely like hit every box, you know what I mean? Especially like getting a point across, but also making it really palatable and stylish. For sure. So well done. Huge shout out to Laverius. Thank you so much for this submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you subscribe to Laverius on YouTube. They are literally 7 away from 230. And of course, make sure you follow Laverius on Twitter. They are literally 10 follows away from 80. That bio always kills me. I have album of the year. It's so funny. It is so funny. Just because that's all the fucking bio says. I have album of the year. That's it. But let's get into it. So, per usual, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And like I said, per usual, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel. If you haven't already, we're approaching 140 Subroonies on the main channel, so make sure you go show these artists in the main channel some love, my friends. And for those of you that already have, thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. So, up next, we have the homie, Absolno. Now, Absolno, it's been a minute since we've heard from the homie Absolno, so let's fucking go. The caption, I'm back. Let's get it, baby. Absolno, pretty active member in the underground. Definitely a producer that has locked down a couple different styles, but always adds like their own sauce, you know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where Absolno has so many different styles, but really adds like a certain element of their own, you know what I mean? I appreciate you so much, man. I'm glad you're rocking with me. Let's fucking get it. Gonna go record my April release now. Hey, let's go. Good luck, have fun, enjoy yourself. Appreciate you stopping by. And I'm glad you're rocking with us. So let's fucking go. No worries, my friend. Appreciate your submission. Always. So, Absolno submitted a track titled Reload featuring Novo. Now, it's pretty rare that we have a Absolno track that has a feature on it. Now, I don't know if this is an artist feature or this is a producer feature, because if it's a producer feature, that's pretty cool. If it's an artist feature, that's even cooler, to be honest with you. Like that's like both are equally as cool. So I'm kind of interested here. So let's get into it. Absolno Reload featuring Novo. Let's go.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Novo.
so fucking hard. What the fuck? Okay. Many thoughts about this. Many thoughts about this. So this is great because I didn't know if the feature was going to be a vocalist, which would have been fine, or another producer, which is also fine. But the fact that it's featuring Novo and it's another producer featured, that is fucking yes. Yes. This is a great track, I'm not gonna lie. Just like from like, you know, the producer aspect, like this is like a high regard, you know what I mean? Like putting a producer in the title and they're featuring, or you put, you know, Absono X Novo instead of like, you know, I don't know, any other way, you know what I mean? Like two producers coming together and like treating themselves like artists like they actually are is refreshing to fucking see. You know what I mean? Like it's really refreshing to just see this. You know what I mean? Like not everything needs to be fucking so weird with instrumentals and production and da 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 da. Like if you treat yourself like an artist, you can get a lot of good shit out of it, and this is just one of many things. So I like this a lot. But let's break this down. We're talking about two things. Talk about the instrumental, talk about the overall theme of Reload. Because obviously no vocals. So let's talk instrumental. Mix is great. Mix is 10 out of 10. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Really well rounded. Definitely a tight mix. Even down to the drums and melody. Everything's really, really well done here. So the mix is perfect. So just want to get that out the way. But man, everything down to sound selection was awesome on this. Drums were perfect. The mel was perfect. It's real simple, not like anything too crazy. And the drums kept up a lot of the bounce here, which was nice. Man, yeah. Definitely. Shining Star was structure though. I love how this broke down in the middle and kind of gave the drums some more space. And then the outro kind of picked up, you know, again and really gave you another go around. You know what I mean? So the structure was tight with this, for sure. Really solid structure. And really solid as a listenable instrumental on its own, 100%. So structure is everything here. Let's talk theme though. So I believe this is a cover for Absono's next project, or it's a raw cover or something. I think it is, because this is exclusive unreleased Absono, so not many have heard this. But I believe that is a raw version or a different version of Absono's next album cover. So just keep that in mind if that looks familiar. But solid cover either way though. Kind of like one of those blurry like accidental pictures that look hard as fuck, especially for like some unreleased shit. So you don't have to take the cover super serious, right? It's not even out yet, so it's totally cool. Overall theme, Reload with 3 exclamation points. Like, definitely one of those hard-hitting, trap metal, heavier trap kind of styles, right? Almost slightly like earlier Thrax, kind of, on the more heavier trap side. So Reload in all caps totally nails it for the title for sure. Definitely a go to war fighting scene gym type beat for sure. So calling it Reload with the feature in the title just makes it awesome to me. Makes it fucking awesome to me. I wouldn't change a thing about this, to be honest with you. I feel this is a perfect producer collab, and more producers need to be doing this shit and releasing it, you know what I mean? Whether it be a collab instrumental album and, you get your supporters to go show love on it and things like that. I feel like this is a great, great, great producer collab. 100%. So with that said, huge shout out to Epsono. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much, 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 much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Epsono on SoundCloud. They are literally 10 away from 40. And of course, make sure you follow Epsono on Twitter. Epsono is 2 away from 330. That is also a great motherfucking milestone. Go show Epsono some love, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 140 on the main channel, so make sure you go show the main channel and these artists some love. And if you've already been doing that, you're dropping likes, you're dropping comments, you're checking out our uploads. We appreciate you, and we see you. We see you. I see you, motherfuckers. Thank you. We appreciate you here at Music Mondays. Let's fucking get it, baby. So, let's continue on, my friends. Okay. So, up next we have a first-time submitting artist that does not follow the Music Mondays page on Twitter. Roar the rapper. Come on, Roar. What are you doing us like that for? Of course, as you guys all know, our submissions are free. They're always going to be free. So the only thing that we do ask of you guys is that you follow the Music Mondays homepage before you submit on Twitter. It not only helps our platform grow, but it helps pay respect to everybody that does submit every week and does wait for their submissions to be played and spotlighted here on the Music Mondays podcast. So feel free to drop a follow and resubmit, and we'll be happy to play you next week on episode 116, my friends. Okay, so up next, we got the homie Mac 2 times. Mac, again, has been killing it in 2023. We've heard a lot of progression from Mac, and 2022 was double that, to be honest with you, even more progression. So, let's check this out. Mac has quite the alternative trap style with some slight like R&B kind of influence, sort of with their own influence as well. So Mac has quite a few different styles going on, but I'm kind of curious on what this is gonna sound like, to be honest with you. Mac 2 times exclusive unreleased track, Never Going Back. Let's go.
Saw the shit coming, she don't trust me again. Saw the shit coming, she don't trust me again. I ain't tryna let another one blow on the wind. I ain't tryna let another one blow on the wind. Told you once you cannot listen to your friends. Told you once you cannot listen to your friends. They don't even gotta mess with, they don't want you to win. They don't even gotta mess with, they don't want you to win. I don't get mad when you hanging with that dude you be with. I just keep my head up cause I trust your spirit. Can't lie, these relationships getting so old. I'ma just be single, stop being a hoe. You told me 1,000 times you don't want me to go, but I can't lie, this shit really getting out of control. Said you gotta trust me, that's just one of my bros. If it's true, that's incest, take your dirty ass home. I ain't never going back again, I already told you. If I still love a bitch, we would never go through. I knew deep down staying with you was a bold move. Hell yeah, it was a bold move. Needed just my conscience, start being precautious. First day I saw you, I should've kept on walking. In battle with the evil soul, can't believe I lost this. To the evil girl, I lost this. I ain't never going back again, I already told you. If I still love a bitch, we would never go through. I knew deep down staying with you was a bold move. Hell yeah, it was a bold move. Needed just my conscience, start being precautious. First day I saw you, I should've kept on walking. In battle with the evil soul, can't believe I lost this. To the evil girl, I lost this. No, don't want you to go. No, want you to go. Everybody say no, don't want you to go. No, don't want you you to Everybody say no, no, don't want you to go. No, no, don't want you to Everybody say no, no, don't want you to go. No, no, don't want you to go. I don't get mad when you hanging with that dude you be with. I just keep my head up cause I trust your spirits. Can't lie, these relationships getting so old. I would just be single, stop being a hoe. You told me 1,000 times you don't want me to go, but I can't lie, this shit really getting out of control. Said you gotta trust me, that's just one of my bros. If it's true, that's incest, take your dirty ass home. I ain't never going back again, I already told you. If I still love a bitch, we would never go through. I knew deep down staying with you was a bold move. Hell yeah, it was a bold move. Needed just my conscience, start being precautious. First day I saw you, I should've kept on walking. In battle with the evil soul, can't believe I lost this. To the evil girl, I lost this. I ain't never going back again, I already told you. If I still love a bitch, we would never go through. I knew deep down staying with you was a bold move. Hell yeah, it was a bold move. Needed just my conscience, start being precautious. First day I saw you, I should've kept on walking. In battle with the evil soul, can't believe I lost this. To the evil girl, I lost this.
What the fuck, bro? Nah, bro, what? What? Bro, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I was genuinely not expecting that. Like, I didn't even see the pop tag just because, like, we've heard a couple different styles from Mac. So I knew that it was gonna be some like alternative kind of trap or some maybe more emotional kind of trap or maybe even some like melodic trap, right? But this track in particular, what the fuck? I didn't think we'd see the day that Mac did pop. Like straight like modern fast paced slightly experimental pop. Like holy shit. I'm blown away actually. Just because like Mac was making like a lot of progression. And you know, really honing in on a lot of different styles. But they all kind of like related to each other, right? Like the sort of slower R&B trap stuff to the sort of melodic trap stuff, all usually like emotional, personal centered, and then this was like out of left field. But no more talking. Let's break this down. So we're gonna talk about three things here. We're talking about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Never Going Back. I mean, the fucking instrumental is kind of nutty to start with. I mean, the fact that it was even chosen was like, wow. But it's a great choice nonetheless. Mike totally killed this. Like this is absolutely a really well put together modern, slightly alternative pop style instrumental for sure. So Mike absolutely killed it. Mix is great, nothing clashing to overbearing. I love the structure, nice and bouncy. Even the bass and like 808 and drum selections, like I said, were on point. Like 100% on point. So yeah, quite the instrumental here for sure. Really well done. Drums were definitely a shining star though. Let's talk vocals though, because what the fuck? The flow and cadence was like flow and cadence. I'm gonna tell you this right now was 100% the shining star. Like flow and cadence were really something special. Mix was great, nothing clashing too overbearing. You got a nice Mac 2x mix, but the flow and fucking cadence and how bouncy this was really impressive. From somebody that was like slowly improving to just popping out with something like this. I don't know what Mac has been doing in the fucking studio, man, but keep doing it. Keep fucking doing it. That's all I have to tell you. Straight up. Keep doing it, because right here, this is like not only a different style, but like it's impressive. Like it's very impressive for we've never heard pop vocals from Mac ever. So I'm severely impressed. 100%. Well done. Flow and cadence was everything here. Super bouncy. It was everything. This was great. Great. Let's talk theme though. Never Going Back. Aesthetically, this is great. You know, parental advisory bottom left, you kind of have this like magnetic field, kind of like it's quite the symbolic cover, for being honest. Like, it's very symbolic, very, very symbolic. Funny how you can have such a simple image say so much. So definitely a great cover choice. Um, Overall theme, right? Never going back. It's like one of those themes where the lyrical content is a bit more personal and emotional and meaningful, but the instrumental just makes you want to dance, vibe, fast pace. Totally some shit you just want to drive to, you want to go to the gym to, you want to clean your crib to, you want to fucking, like, you just want to get shit done to. It's a motivational, very upbeat kind of instrumental, in the way it makes you feel. And then Mac is speaking some real shit on it, flowing in the insane pop flow, but like mixing in a couple bars here. They're like really made for like a perfect pop track that we've never heard here on this track, or on this show, and yeah, on this track too. Like, fuck me. Wow. 100%. Like, keep doing this. Literally, whatever process you took, however you got inspired. I don't care if you ate cereal that day. Whatever it was, keep doing it, because this was great. This was really, really fucking great. Well done. And with that said, huge shout out to Mac 2 times. Thank you for blowing our minds really quick. Make sure you follow Mac on SoundCloud. Mac is literally 6 away from 30 followers. It's a great milestone. Make sure you follow Mac 2 times on Twitter. Mac is literally 9 followers away from 130. Make sure you go show Mac some love. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 sub-roonies on the main channel, so please make sure you go sub to the main channel. We would greatly appreciate it. And if you've already have been, you've dropped likes, you've dropped comments, you've been doing all that good stuff, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays. We upload 2 times a week, man. So go show the channel and these artists some love. And huge shout out to Offspring, clipping all the good reactions in the fucking chat. Much love. Thank you, Offspring. About to bump you up to moderator. Up next would be the homie Zeph, but we actually reacted to this track last week. I know they have a couple projects out on the Tomorrow People duo kind of account, so feel free to resubmit next week with your preferred track of what you want us to react to, and we'll be happy to react next week, my friends. But if you want to go see the Into the Night review that we did last week, it's up on the channel and up on all audio platforms, so make sure you go show Zeph some love. Let's continue on. So, up next, we got the homie Matt Rocks. It's been a while since we've heard from Matt. You know what I'm saying? I think last week we hit the 4-hour limit, and a couple weeks before that was the last time we were able to really dive into some Matt Rocks. So I'm definitely excited. Again, like, an artist with like such a high ceiling on Music Mondays, it's fucking crazy, man. It is fucking crazy. Extremely talented alternative artist, though. Alternative pop, alternative trap. We've seen Matt kind of dive into a couple different styles and genres. So I'm excited to get into this. Traces of Mistakes, Prod Road Rage. So let's get into this. 23 days ago, so we got some new. I'm reading this. This is crazy. Holy shit. That was nostalgic as fuck. That's the best. Let's fucking get it. Okay. Traces of Mistakes, Prod Road Rage. Let's pop right into this, chat. Let's go. It's been a while since we've been able to hear from good homie Matt.
I've been looking forward to the
The fucking Mel's, man. The Mel's. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. It's been a minute since we've been able to hear some Matt, man. Yeah, this one's fucking crazy. This one fucking crazy. This is like one of the top like pure alternative rock tracks that we've heard from Matt in a while. It's definitely been some months for sure. So let's break this one down. We are gonna talk about three things here. We're gonna talk about the instrumental. We're gonna talk about vocals. Talk about the overall theme of Traces of Mistakes. So, man, let's talk instrumental. We've definitely heard Road Rage and Matt work before, 100%. It's definitely been a while, but Road Rage and Matt are like a really solid fucking duo. Every time I've heard them work together, it's been nothing but symmetry, pure symmetry. I love Matt on these instrumentals for sure. Melody was great. Mix overall was great though. Nothing clashing to overbearing. Again, kind of something you can always expect with a Matt Rocks track. Not too much of a shocker there, but totally one of those artists that like you don't expect a solid mix from, but like if there is a solid mix, you're not surprised because Matt's very good at kind of really achieving such a tight, well-rounded mix, 100%. So the mix is great, nothing clashing to overbearing at all. Melody is something here. Melody is definitely fucking something. Might be the shining star, but I'm really big fan of the drums and the structure. So either one of those, I'm a huge fan of when it comes to the instrumental. But really great choice nonetheless, and Red Rage definitely killed it. Let's talk vocals though. Man, so this is like some real melodic Matt Rocks. Like I feel like this style is like one of those styles that Matt has like really like refined and like really worked on, and this is just like it's so well rounded, man. It really is so fucking well rounded. And the hook is like just as good as these verses. Like, but the hook is something else that's like Matt is just extremely special at, no matter what genre it is. Artists that have the ability to just write and deliver an insane hook are really, they just stand out with no matter the sound that they go with. Like it doesn't matter. Like they just fucking stand out. And this is absolutely an artist that stands out when it comes to their hooks. But the verses are like holding it at like each hook up like extremely well. I feel like they're great support, and Matt's just a really good fucking writer. Especially when it comes to delivery though. Like a lot of people, can write, but to deliver them in like a really solid, like passionate fashion is another thing. It's a completely other thing, and delivery and flow and cadence here were definitely the shining star. It just shows traces of Matt's songwriting ability and ability to really push genres, right? Because this is like alternative rock, but it's like pushing it, you know what I mean? It's pushing the boundaries, it's pushing the melodic boundaries, it's pushing the structure boundaries. It's really on the cusp of like creating a whole new wave, you know what I mean? And like it's something that I really like to see Matt build on, you know what I mean? It's been a pleasure, because tracks like these just keep getting like more and more structured and refined and well-rounded. So delivery and flow and cadence were everything here, along with the hook. Awesome. Really well done. Let's talk theme. So theme, aesthetic wise, is very interesting because it's really kind of one of those super nostalgic covers for me that reminds me of like early like early 2000s, right? Like, you know, that 2001, 2002 kind of like just like early kind of inspiration, you know? So I'm a huge fan of this cover. Super simple, and it really like hits the nail on the head, like 100%. Overall theme though, Traces of Mistakes is like kind of a metaphor for even deeper things, whether it be personal or emotional in Matt's life or even just the listener's life, right? Because if you resonate with it, you're going to relate to it. So, you know, it can apply to you as well. And kind of like a slow metaphor for something that's like bigger. And you know, Matt kind of like breaks it down, whether it be kind of like feelings of betrayal or, you know, feelings of guilt or, you know, overall, like many of the branching feelings that love can bring. I feel like Matt is really good at expanding on a lot of those, as many artists are, but Matt kind of does it in Matt's own fashion. You know what I mean? So, simple theme, but it's wrapped under a bunch of really well written storytelling lyrics that are delivered in such a like captivating way that you can't not listen to it. So it's special. It's definitely special. So with that said, huge shout out to Matt Rocks. Thank you so much for the submission, my friend. Much motherfucking love. Make sure you follow Matt on SoundCloud. Matt is approaching 1.9 on SoundCloud. Make sure you follow Matt on the cloud. And of course, make sure you follow Rockstar on Twitter. Matt is literally 4 followers away from 20. Go show Matt some love. This is Matt's new Twitter, man. So go show Matt a little bit of love on the bird app, my friends. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're approaching 140 sub-earnings on the main channel, so it would be greatly appreciated if you went and showed the main channel some love, and these artists some love, man. And of course, as many of you know, we upload 2 times a week. Full podcast episodes, exclusive segments, a whole lot of good-ish is linked down below. So yeah, go show the channel some love, my friends. But up next, we would have Cole, but since Cole is a Music Mondays Patreon, we already reacted to a Cole submission. Huge shout out to Cole Gerard. So next in line is the homie Lil Derek. And it's been a while since we've heard from Lil Derek, man. It's been a while since we've heard from Derek for sure. For sure. So let's get this one off my new album. Derek the Dragon MC, beats by Skip the Kid, featuring Let's to the Universe, mixed by Jules Clay. Oh shit. Okay, we got a crazy ass cover in here. Alright. Damn. Huh. Derek the Dragon MC. Okay, so it's definitely like a play off Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Alright. Now, Derek is a really solid, really organic hip-hop artist. Someone that's always been good at, like, modern hip-hop. 100%. Every submission we've reacted to has been really expanding on, like, the modern sounds of hip-hop and R&B and, you know, really the underground versions of them, you know? So it'll be interesting to get into some Derek here. So with that said, let's get into it. Lil Derek, Crippler, Crossface.
Hard times are when the textile workers around this country are out of work. They got 4 or 5 kids and can't pay their wages, can't buy the food. Hard times.
Shout out Dusty Rhodes, man.
Cripple across face was moving weight cross states. I was in a lost place, mind in a dark space. Can't listen to what my thoughts say. Glad my grandma taught faith, so I know this all fate. Yeah. The cripple across face was moving weight cross states. I was in a lost place, mind in a dark space. Can't listen to what my thoughts say. Glad my grandma taught faith, so I know this all fate. Yeah. I was the best rapper alive. before I ever wrote a line. Giving this gift from the divine. Back at 6, it was me, Chauncey, and Divine. Now we keep a couple sticks. Think that's just my foolish pride. Cause I'ma take your life if you think about taking mine. Ask God to forgive me later. Know I made some mistakes, but somehow they made me greater. Looked in the mirror the other day and saw what I'm afraid of. But fear can only hold me back. I was like 7 when I noticed that I had a passion for the arts. I was supposed to rap, was supposed to be on stages, was supposed to act. But when the camera's off, I'm never acting. Always been genuine, and my soul is adrenaline. A stone cold gentleman, here's the stunner. Gotta stop overthinking, I can't help but to wonder, what would I be if I knew what I know now, way back when I was younger. The cripple across face was moving weight cross states. I was in a lost place, mind in a dark space. Can't listen to what my thoughts say. Glad my grandma taught faith, so I know this all fate. Yeah. The cripple across face was moving weight cross states. I was in a lost place, mind in a dark space. Can't listen to what my thoughts say. Glad my grandma taught faith, so I know this all fate. Yeah, my Jim Vegeta, how I'm about to blow up. If it's the last thing I do, the whole world gon' know us. Pray I grow old enough that I can watch my kids grow up to the age where we can go to brunch and sip mimosas. See, I always think about my future and my past, cause in the future I will pass everything that I have to the next generation. Thank the ancestors for building the foundation. This nation is catered to one part of the population. They experienced the American dream, we experienced the American nightmare. Whoever said life's fair is quite clear. It's in my nature, boy, Ric Flair. Big stages, bright lights, big stairs. I was born for this. At Mizzou, they played my song in class, had me performing it. 2 summers before, I was at McDonald's working a morning shift. A summer later, I was on movie sets and in the studio recording hits. More than music, it's more to this. We the elite. Shout out to my young bucks. When we get angel, my blessings come in abundance. Move with faith in my fate, no need for dumb luck. So any label wanna sign me, better bring out the dump trucks.
Hey, what the fuck?
I was in a lost place, mind in a dark space. Can't listen to what my thoughts say. Glad my grandma taught faith, so I know this all fate. Yeah. The cripple across face was moving weight cross states. I was in a lost place, mind in a dark space. Can't listen to what my thoughts say. Glad my grandma taught faith, so I know this all fate. Yeah.
I have to finish the story.
Damn, man. Damn. So, for those of you that aren't in tune, this cover is super wrestling related. I knew Lil Derek was definitely a professional wrestling fan from some casual tweets that I've seen. So the fact that it was incorporated into a full project is like really fucking cool. Really fucking cool. But in this particular track, A Cripple Across Face, this is interesting. This is really fucking interesting. So, man, let's break this down. We're going to talk about 3 things here. We're going to talk about the instrumental, talk about vocals, talk about the overall theme of Cripple Across Face. So, instrumental, let's talk, because this is quite the choice. The sample is everything. It brings it that like retro kind of like classic hip hop feel, but the drums are surrounded by a lot of like modern sounds, which I think instrumentals like this benefit from a lot. Cause you like, if you want to use those like, you know, like those more like old style classical samples, to like get that like retro hip hop feel, you got to go with like the more modern hip hop drums. And I'm not talking like trap drums, I'm just talking like sound selection. So this producer definitely did a really good job when it comes to sound selection and really like bringing that retro but yet modern feel to this instrumental. Without a doubt. So the sample is definitely a big thing here. The mix is great, nothing clashing to overbearing. I really enjoyed the mix. Hard hitting, and the vocals sitting nice on it as well. But the sample, definitely the shining star when it comes to the instrumental, without a doubt. But let's talk vocals here. Vocals. So, with this kind of being a slightly professional wrestling themed kind of project, I definitely think that I was prepared for the amount of like wrestling bars, but then the Dusty Rhodes quote at the start just really solidified it for me, and I kind of knew what I was going to be getting into, but it's not like a purely overly like gimmicky wrestling themed song. It's very much dropping subtle hints and bars. It's just a way to pay respect to wrestling and some of the greats and things like that, right? Which I don't even care if I'm biased. You know what I mean? Like I grew up on wrestling as a kid, so songs like this, mixed with like some real organic hip hop, I always really love. You know what I mean? I feel like it takes so much culture to be like into those things and like mix them well, right? Like you got to know like real good hip hop and you got to know like real good wrestling, to like get a product like this. So very cool, very very fucking cool to see. But writing was everything here. Very like kickback kind of, I wouldn't say like slow pace, but it's definitely like a chill smoke, listen to Derek kind of spit these verses kind of track, 100% laid back hip hop, 100%. Um but one thing that is you know really standing out to me though is the writing, because like I said, it's not like a mix of like just wrestling and then like a little bit of like regular bars. It's like good 50-50, so you'll catch the occasional like pro wrestling bar or name drop, or even in the title cripple crossface, you know what I mean? But um it kind of mixed it in with like a few like real life elements and like punchlines and metaphors that like related everything together, which I think for the overall theme was really cool. Like really, really fucking cool. I think if you can incorporate shit you love into music like this, I feel like it can be like really something different. You know what I mean? Like it's really cool to see tracks like this, and like how people can like really give their perspective on what they enjoy. Because it's a really like big mixed bag of like IRL stuff and um sort of a pro wrestling classic era sort of themes. So writing was everything for vocals here. Writing for sure. Um so yeah. Let's um let's talk about theme here. Now, aesthetic wise, we have a crazy ass cover. Um really pays homage to some greats, and if you're like a wrestling fan, you're definitely in tune. And if you're kind of even like appreciative of like really good like um styles of covers like this, it's really well done. So this artist did a really really good job. Um you know, Simple but like really HD and really really fucking effective. And the color palette's great too. Definitely a really really solid color palette. Um so yeah, art really nails it for me, and definitely for even like a whole album, right? Like I mean, looking at like these track titles, Wolfpack, Then Now Forever, Sewn Up, oh my god, A Main Event Mafia, More Than Music, yeah, that's so cool. So fucking cool. Yeah. It's like you really gotta know wrestling to get some of these, especially like Main Event Mafia. That's like I love that. Like I think that theme is like really really fucking dope. So yeah, like I said, for this being like an album worthy cover, back to the point, totally checked off all the boxes for me. Without a doubt, definitely hit off all the boxes. So aesthetics are on point for a sort of, I guess, like album theme like this. So let's talk um really overall theme, right? Because Crippler Crossface is just a pun on the crossface wrestling move, or Chris Benoit and his version of the crossface, the Crippler Crossface, or even the nickname for Chris Benoit. So definitely a crazy ass track title, but a cool track title nonetheless if you wanted to pay homage, right? Um so diving into it, it's definitely a song with some slight nostalgia, talking about the past and mixing in like a few wrestling bars in there to where you kind of are getting the theme, but at the same time, it's also like a show off of really good writing and the ability to mix two things and really like give perspective on where Derek is at, you know what I mean? And more of like a reflective sense, but also more of like not like fantasy, but like being able to mix kind of um these kinds of punchlines and things like that are really really like it's special, you know what I mean? It really is like a special kind of songwriting. Not every artist can take two like completely separate themes of like, hard, you know, IRL kind of real life problems and something like professional wrestling, right? And make it sound actually palatable. So I feel like this kind of again checked off all the boxes for somebody that wanted to go ahead and create a theme like this as to where you're kind of blending two completely separate things. You know what I mean? And I don't think you could have done it in any other better way, to be honest with you. Yeah, so really fucking well done. Really well done. And with that said, huge shout out to Lil Derek. Make sure you follow Derek on Spotify. And of course, make sure you follow MTM Lil Derek on Twitter. They're approaching 2.9K on Twitter. Make sure you go show some Derek some love, man. And of course, every artist featured in today's episode and every episode will be linked in the description of the YouTube re-upload. And of course, make sure you subscribe to the Music Mondays YouTube channel if you have not already. We are approaching 140 sub-roonies on the main channel, so make sure you go show the channel and these artists some love, my friends. Let's fucking get it. So, chat, we are approaching the end of our 4-hour limit. We're about, like, literally 2 minutes away from 4 hours, so I won't even get the next submission started. We'll just cut it there and talk about what is upcoming in the next week or so. So, let's talk. But before we do that, huge shout out to anybody that submitted tonight and anybody that came through and reacted. Huge shout out to all of our Patreons. Huge shout out to King Mark, Bloodcat, Cole Gerard, TDG, Blank Dot, SLM, and Young Trail Soul, who did not submit tonight. So huge shout out to our Patreon gang. We really, really appreciate you guys, and make sure you keep checking Patreon for all the latest updates. And huge shout out to the rest of the community, anybody else that also submitted. Bishop, Patterns, Mila, Signal, Laveries, Absono, Mac, Matt Rocks, Lil Derek, everybody else. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are fucking amazing. We greatly, greatly appreciate you. So, what's coming up next for the Music Mondays podcast in the next week? What's coming up for Music Mondays in general over the next week? Well, first off, if you're interested in submitting for next week's podcast, episode 116, make sure that you're following us on all social media platforms. Submissions will be live tomorrow if you're interested. So make sure you get your submissions in. And of course, make sure you follow us on all social media at All Music Mondays. So we'll be getting some crazy shit out for you guys this week. Lots of our usual weekly content. But like I said at the start of the show, we're going to be doing some Workshop Wednesday stuff. We're going to be doing some Feature Friday stuff. Our written articles are going to continue. We're going to be on the hunt for some exclusives. We're also going to be launching a couple of new collab projects with our curators. And we're coming up with some really cool stuff for the Patreon as well. And all of our usual content will stay the same as well. So Underground Classics, Staff Design Showcase, all that good stuff will be coming this week. So with that said, make sure you follow us on all social media platforms. Make sure you follow us on Twitter. That's where, I mean, we're active across all social media platforms, but if you're ever interested in submitting, Twitter is definitely the place to be. And of course, you can find out about information everywhere else as well. But with that said, huge shout out to anybody that came through and lurked and chatted tonight. Huge shout out to King Mark, TDG, Cole, Ryuki, Offspring. Offspring, I'll probably toss you mod later if you're down. Laveris, thank you so much for the love as well. And anybody else that lurked and chilled tonight, we appreciate you here at Music Mondays, my friends. So, the grind continues. Again, all submission information is available on our Twitter or on our website at allmusicmondays.com. Recruiting is open as well, so if you're a writer, particularly a journalist, a graphic designer, curator, you want to create some YouTube content for Music Mondays, feel free to pitch us your resume or your portfolio, or even just send us a pitch, and we'll be sure to get back to you if you're looking to join the team. So, with that said, we'll see you guys next week for episode 115 of the Music Mondays podcast. We love you guys. I love you guys. It's been your boy Zomslays. Make sure you follow us on anchor.fm for all of our audio platforms. You can listen to the podcast wherever you are available. And stay tuned for a couple of really good announcements are coming this week. So just sit tight, and I'm sure the community will be very, very happy. So, episode 116 will be live next week. Make sure you get your submissions in tomorrow. It's been your boys on Slaves. I love you guys. Take care. Be safe, and we'll see you next week on Music Mondays podcast, episode 116. And you can catch me live here any day of the week. I stream every day, so. But we'll be live next week for the Music Mondays podcast. We'll see you later.